Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm JTG, aka Jay the God.
AKA the Human Shopping Channel come to life. A brand new Wrestling Insiders Weekend Review begins now.
Wrestling fans, get ready for a weekend of the unpredictable as the Berzerker, John Nord, returns to MWF Studios in Melrose the weekend of Saturday, January the 22nd. Wrestling Insider Throwback Thursday tapings, live episodes, watch-alongs, cyber autograph signings, and more. Boston Wrestling Patreon fans can meet the Berzerker for free. For more information and mail order info, head on over to thebostonwrestling.com super site now. Don't miss the Berzerker, January 22nd. Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause. Now, let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans, on Royal Rumble Saturday, January the 29th, things are getting a little dirty. That's right. Joining us live in studio for the very first time will be our longtime friend, the legendary Zeb Coulter, a.k.a. Dirty Dutch Mantel. Dutch will be with us all weekend for Wrestling Insider tapings, Patreon watch-alongs, live episodes, and cyber autograph signings. Plus, Dutch will be watching the Royal Rumble with us. For more information and autograph photos, head on over to bostonwrestling.com. Wrestling fans looking for the perfect holiday gift? Discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts are on sale now. Join WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more 1980s legends to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Meet the wrestling icons up close and personal in an autograph and photo fan fest. Then get ready as the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow take part in a night of white-hot in-ring action. Discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for a limited time at bostonwrestling.com. Join us for a professional wrestling reunion decades in the making, April the 16th.
This is Mick Foley.
This is Harley Race.
This is Shelton Benjamin.
This is Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
This is the Monster Abyss.
And this is Daniel Bryan.
This is JBL, and you're watching the MWF.
Be there live.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome to the January 8th, 2021 edition of Wrestling Insiders Weekend Review, your one-stop shopping for our original shoot interviews this past week. For the next few hours, kick back, relax, and remember the good old days of professional wrestling as we talk 80s, 90s, and even current events with a variety of superstar guests. If you're enjoying tonight's content, again, folks, cough, cough, wink, wink. Don't forget that the Super Chat button is open for business. Don't forget to tip the bartender so we can keep bringing you more great superstars and more great content. If you guys don't help the cause, we can't do it. This is Dan Marotti here at MWF Studios in downtown Melrose, Massachusetts. The zip code of Champion 02176. Hoping things are still good in your world now that the holidays have calmed down a bit. Want to send a special shout out to one of our Boston Wrestling Sports MVPs that's been battling COVID, had it rough, very rough, but hoping things turn out A-OK, closer to the end than the beginning. As John Cena Sr. announced this past week, we have some new folks joining the team in 2022. I had an interview today with a new prospect, and on top of that, Cena Sr. is named Phil DeCesare, like Treasury, as our new ring announcer. You may know Phil from being a moderator during our live premieres here on Wrestling Insiders, as well as appearing on a few of our Sunday night watch-alongs. He's going to be doing more and more of those. Longtime fans know how much wrestling historian The Jackal meant to me in my wrestling world. breaking into the industry, learning the industry. And I have to say, Phil's knowledge, it's right up there. I don't know if it's quite Jackal-esque, but it's pretty close. The man impresses me. Great guy. And I think he has great potential to make a very positive impact in everything we do here in Boston Wrestling. Before we get going with Week in Review, even more news to discuss. More important than anything, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for Boston Wrestling Sports. Soul Survivor 10, back to the 80s at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Saturday night, April the 16th. A night of action, excitement, memories, and legends with live wrestling, an autograph photo fan fest, VIP exclusive Q&A session, and so much more. Already confirmed to join us is WWE Hall of Famer and AEW superstar Jake the Snake Roberts, who's battling COVID right now. We send our best wishes to Jake. WWE Tag Team Champions 3 times over, Axe and Smash Demolition. Where Axe and Smash go, sometimes you might even see the Mass Superstar and Repo Man. Along with that, we'll see our Wrestling Insider host, the Wild Berzerker, who was the protege of the late Bruiser Brody in the 1980s. Many more 80s legends are going to be added to this list, along with the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow, gearing up to compete inside the squared circle. It is going to be a happening. Again, folks, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now at the BostonWrestling.com super site. Save yourself some money. Get them early while getting the best seats in the house. Was very happy to touch base with the former ECW World Champion, just incredible. He'll be back sooner than later for more Wrestling Insider Extreme episodes. With it being a holiday week, so to speak, we had an all-day ECW theme marathon on Tuesday. Hope you guys enjoyed that. We had all of our New Jack episodes, all of our Just Incredible episodes, even the Kevin Sullivan ECW-themed episode, all in one package for you to enjoy. Don't forget that we will be LIVE live tomorrow night at 6 p.m. for our Sunday Night Live watch-along as Charlie Wilson, Phil DeCesare, along with John C. Manicus Riley and Howard Miller in the control room. They're going to be going back in time to the Monday Night Wars, WCW Slamboree 1998 to be exact, from the Worcester Centrum right in DeCesare's backyard. Should be fun. Join the chat and have some fun with the gang as we always do. In just 2 weeks, the unpredictable Berzerker will be back with us live in studio for Wrestling Insider tapings, live episodes, watch-alongs, and cyber autograph signings. Should be a lot of fun. Make your plans to join us and help keep new episodes rolling by ordering an 8x10 of the Berzerker and or using that world-famous Super Chat button. As John Cena Sr. announced this week, 3 weeks from tonight, starting with our Royal Rumble watch-along, things are going to be getting a little dirty at MWF Studios. No, we're not talking about Glantz and the Stolen Lights. We're talking about future WWE Hall of Famer Zeb Coulter, a.k.a. the legendary Dirty Dutch Mantel. Like the Berzerker, he's going to be taping episodes of Wrestling Insiders. We'll be having watch-alongs, live episodes, cyber autograph signings. Join the fun. More info coming on BostonWrestling.com. Now that the holidays are over, as Quincy Rastani sang to Deborah McMichael, "Baby, it's cold outside." Have the professional wrestling streaming time of your life while helping keep wrestling legends working with early, full-screen, often ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders. Our world-renowned studio shoot interview DVD library is seen by millions online and millions more on The Howard Stern Show, Patreon exclusives, and more by joining the Boston Wrestling Patreon family, La Familia, at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. On Christmas Day, we had a Patreon-exclusive watch-along where the Berzerker broke down a WWF Championship match he had against Hitman Bret Hart. To kick off 2022, we had another Patreon-exclusive video as Demolition Axe watched Demolition win the WWF Tag Team titles in what he said was his viewing it the very first time over Strikeforce at WrestleMania 4. Not available on YouTube. Those videos are available exclusively for our Patreon family. If that wasn't enough, folks, we have a new campaign started up for the Marty Jannetty Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty Indiegogo campaign. We hit about 20% on the first one. We need to get 100% to get Marty back into the studio to bring you more great engaging content as Marty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll look at the 80s and 90s continues. We have great prizes and rewards. Check it out. Let's keep Wrestling Legends working. Season 1 brought you over 70 free episodes. We can't produce Season 2 of the program without your help. It's really that simple. If you're looking to add to your Wrestling Man Cave, your wrestling collection, look no further than the Boston Wrestling eBay store, open 24/7. A link in the description box below, or by simply going to bostonwrestling.com and hitting the store button. We have awesome wrestling merchandise from superstars of every era. This week we open up Wrestling Insiders Week in Review with WWF Tag Team Championship Manager Oscar of Men on a Mission. Interesting episode where Oscar shoots on WWE Day 1. Brock Lesnar is the new WWE Champion. WWE Network royalty checks for legends, and much more. Enjoy. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, it was 3 wild hours of WWE Raw from Greenville, South Carolina. Now it's time to get ready for our weekly Wrestling Insider Monday Night Mission. Before the marathon kicks off, fans, don't forget our Marty Jannetty Indiegogo campaign continues. We've brought you over 70 episodes of Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty in Season 1. We need your help to bring Season 2 to life. If every fan chipped in $1, we'd blow away the goal and have Marty here again in studio in a week or two. Check out the new Indiegogo link in the comments section below or across our social media platforms and help keep a wrestling great working as he searches for a new place to live down in the Sunshine State. If you enjoy this marathon, you've got to check out our Patreon streaming service for the wrestling history time of your life. Early, full-screen, ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider library. I believe there's over 300 episodes on Patreon right now. You have access to all of them, plus our world-renowned Studio Shoot Interview DVD library that's been seen by millions of fans online and millions more around the world. There are Patreon-exclusive videos you get nowhere else, inside news, and so much more. Join the Boston Wrestling Patreon family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling and personally help keep Wrestling Legends working in 2022. I know on Christmas Saturday we uploaded a Berzerker watch-along video where he challenged Bret Hart for the WWF World Heavyweight Championship. And then on New Year's Day, we uploaded a Demolition Axe watch-along as he watched Demolition win the Tag Team Championships for the first time from Strikeforce at WrestleMania 4. If you're looking to add wrestling items to your man cave or even give us a very, very late holiday gift, the Boston Wrestling eBay store is open for business 24/7 with great merchandise of superstars from every era. You can find the link to the eBay store in the comment section below, or go to bostonwrestling.com and simply hit the store button. We've got not one but 2 superstars joining us live in the month of January. Our new co-host of Wrestling Insiders Throwback Thursday, the Berzerker, John Nord, will be here live Saturday, January the 22nd through the 24th, taping episodes of Wrestling Insiders, live episodes, watch-alongs, and cyber autograph signings. If that wasn't enough, Royal Rumble Saturday, which is January the 29th through the 31st, we'll have a future WWE Hall of Famer with us in studio for the very first time that John Cena Sr. will be announcing this coming Wednesday. Finally, it's the last week to get discount VIP packages and tickets to our Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s live event and fan fest Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass., featuring Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, the Wild Berzerker, and many more 80s icons to be added, along with the VIP exclusive Q&A session, the autographs, the posed photos. When it comes time to ring that bell, baby, the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow are going to light up Memorial Hall like Times Square on New Year's Eve. Get the best seats in the house and save some money at the same time. Head on over to bostonwrestling.com. With that said, it's time to get extreme with New Jack as the marathon continues. Check out the Marty Jannetty Indiegogo campaign and Patreon streaming service so we can help keep Wrestling Legends working. Again, if everyone donated $1, we'd be in great shape. Let's do it in 2022. And with that said, folks, here he is, the one, the only, the man that nearly blew the roof off of every major arena across the United States and around the globe, I could only be talking about the man that was the guiding light to the World Wrestling Federation Tag Team Championship in 1994 for Men on a Mission. I could only be talking about your host of Wrestling Insider's Monday Night Mission, the OSCAR, Oscar. Oscar, happy 2022 to you and Dreamy Mimi.
Yeah, Happy New Year, everybody. 2022, we made it. Woo! We made it.
Woohoo! Well, barely, but we made it.
Yeah, so the first question is, how was your holidays?
I was here on each and every one of them, working away.
On Christmas?
On Christmas.
On Christmas.
On Christmas.
You're the only person I know that could. Why was you in the studio on Christmas? Everybody else who was non-Scrooge-like took the day off. You couldn't take Christmas off.
There was work to be.
You got kids.
There was work to be done. I wasn't going to see the kids, so instead of doing nothing or things I didn't enjoy, I said, "You know what, baby? Let's get some productivity done. Let's make things happen.
Enjoy.
Let's make things happen." That's what this industry is all about.
So for those of you that don't know what really happened was, Dan went to the Poconos with Piggott.
Oh, please. I wish Santa Claus's sleigh fell on Piggott, but that's a different story for a different time. Now, I say this, I enjoyed the quiet of the studio. There was no one here to bother me. I had some nice, delightful Christmas music on in the background as I edited it away. I produced videos. I got more content ready for the fans for early 2022. So, again, I'd rather be productive than do nothing.
No, okay.
Christmas Eve, I did leave early. I left around 6, if that makes you feel any better. I only did 9 hours on Christmas Eve, so.
Okay.
But we do it for the fans. We do it now. What about your Christmas, Oscar? What did you and Mimi do for Christmas?
Well, my Christmas was really nice. We went to my brother-in-law's house. We spent a little time with family on Christmas Eve. Christmas Day, and for those that don't know, I'm in my second childhood and loving it. So everybody knows that. So opening my presents, I got a new remote control car that I'm enjoying. I'm still enjoying this new drone, and I'm waiting for another one. I got a remote control boat, but I'm so ticked off because I cannot to this day get the thing to work. I'm so sad about that. But other than that, I was a big kid. I was playing with my new stuff. Dreamy Mimi made a nice spread, and we had a nice, quiet Christmas at home.
Dreamy Mimi made you a nice breakfast.
Yeah, she made a nice breakfast.
Now, what was on the menu?
Breakfast was grits and eggs and sausage, if I remember right.
Wow,
And
you like your grits.
Dinner was Cornish hens and ham and dressing and macaroni and cheese.
So you ate well.
Ate well on Christmas. It was really, really good.
Now, I'm going to guess Mimi was the one that did all the cooking.
Yeah, she did all the cooking. She's a whiz in the kitchen.
Did you do the dishes at least, Oscar?
Yeah. I do the dishes every night.
Oh, you do the dishes every night. All right. Well, it's a team effort then at the Oscar household.
The least that I can do for all the effort and attention to detail that she puts into every meal she cooks. The least I can do is keep the kitchen clean.
Now, were you disappointed that this baby wasn't there for Christmas?
Yeah, I'm really too sad about that. I hope that works out in the future.
Well, we'll have to wait and see.
I was looking forward to that.
It's a new year, but Oscar, you've mentioned that you've had a difficult time navigating the stairs at your new complex. How have you been able to use all of these remote control gadgets?
I play with them in the house.
In the house?
Yeah, I got plenty of room to run these cars around.
You race 2 cars at the same time, one in each hand?
No, I play with them one at a time, but they are just a joy to play with. Not even racing, but just running them. Running them around a living room, and the things they do, they spin and they move from side to side, and they're really fast, and they don't get caught up on nothing because if you run them outside, the wheel, I mean, with the way the wheels are, they actually can jump the curb and climb the stairs and all that other kind of stuff like that. So they pretty good to play with.
Now, did you make Mimi a list like she was Santa Claus, or did she kind of pick them out on her own?
Well, she knows that I'm enjoying these things for my hobby, so it wasn't hard to figure out what I would enjoy for Christmas.
Well, it would have been interesting if she flew in David Reese and you two could have raced your cars together.
I know that. Yeah, we gotta do that. I am before too long. I'm gonna take a trip out to San Diego and see him. So.
You're going to go visit Reese in San
Diego.
in the 619.
Go visit Reese in San Diego in the 619, and so we could have a sit down and.
Are you going to bring your cars to race?
I might.
All right, I'd like to see the video footage of that. It'd be like those WWF karate fighter videos back in the mid '90s. You and Reese racing cars.
That would be hilarious. Speaking of Reese. I was on the show last night of the guy that actually introduced me to David Reese.
Really?
His name is Evan Ginsberg. I did his show last night. Evan Ginsberg, he's got quite a background. He participated in The Wrestler with Mickey Rourke, the movie. He was one of the, I don't know if he was a producer, but he had a lot to do with that. And then there's a movie called 100 Days, and he produced that, a wrestling documentary. And yeah, he's got, he used to have a show, we used to do his show in Long Island. We used to go to Long Island, he had a set, and we did it for television, New York TV, but now he just got a podcast. And we had a really good time last night. They didn't know that Men on a Mission won the tag titles. I had to put them up on that, and they had a lot of great questions, and we got into the discussion, which me and you going to get into about day one. We got into that discussion because they were really peeved that Big E lost the title, but I explained it to them, which I'll be explaining it to these fans here and you. So.
All right,
we had a good time.
Well, great segue. I'm glad you enjoyed your appearance on that podcast. But on Saturday night, we had our live day one watch-along stream here in the world of Boston wrestling. On a scale of 1 to 10, I probably would have given it about a 5. A couple of good matches, some really boring spots in between those good matches. But Oscar, I'll start from the top if you like.
Well, you hit it right on the head. We are in agreement. I would give it a 5. I thought the Usos match with the New Day was there, but they always have a really good match.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
excellent.
All 4 of those guys work really well. They work really well together. I mean, that was one of the premier matches for me. I was surprised. Liv Morgan really put it in with Becky Lynch. She did, but
I thought Liv the offense was a little weak looking in that match. Wasn't very crisp.
I'm expecting Liv Morgan to be on the next release list when the next pile comes out somewhere after WrestleMania. I'm guessing that's how they do it. I mean, I'm sorry, Liv, but I'm expecting you and Dewdrop to be on that next pile of releases. If not, Dewdrop, if not before.
You don't think Liv will live to see another day when the next list comes out?
I would be shocked if she's not on the list. Because if you know, then back to Dewdrop, if you notice, she did not have a match on day one.
Well, granted, on the pay-per-view, on a split brand show, there's only so many matches they're going to be able to feature. But I think that was a gift to the fans that there was no dewdrop match on the pay-per-view.
There was definitely. But didn't they miss a match? Wasn't there supposed to be something else? I don't know. Wasn't there something with I don't know. I seem to keep thinking something was missing.
Well, there was supposed to be another match between Roman and Lesnar, obviously, that they had to take off the show.
Right.
So that cut it down to 6, I think.
All right, there you go.
They could have added they could have added the tag team match from the pre-show to the main show, but it really wasn't much to write home about either.
Because they had to make more time adding Lesnar into the mix.
Well, that was the shortest match on the show. I don't think they added any time to it.
Yeah, no, it really was. And when I saw when it came on that Lesnar got added, I knew 1,000% exactly how it was going to turn out in the finish. So I was like, oh well. I mean, I thought that. I went in thinking that Lashley was finally going to get the belt back. I didn't see Big E winning that one, but yeah, I thought Lashley was going to get it. But once Lesnar was added to the mix, yeah, it couldn't turn out no other way.
Well, I was hoping that Bobby was going to come away with the championship. I was awfully disappointed that after all these years, the first physical altercation between Lashley and Lesnar took place in a 5-way match that fans are pretty much going to forget about within a week or two. But I thought it was a good finish. I think the Big E experiment was a complete and utter disaster. He wasn't over. They did nothing to make him serious. They did nothing to give him any credibility. Not even a top 10 merchandise seller. He was worthless as far as that went. He was the most unover guy of the three in the New Day faction. I can understand WWE wanted to give it a try. I think they did it in the worst of ways, where Bobby Lashley was so hot this spring and this summer as the WWE champion. There was no reason to take it off of him other than to say, let's try and prop ratings a little bit for Monday Night Football. Well, as I've said before on this show, unless the Attitude Era comes back, there's nothing WWE is going to present that's going to rattle the cages of Monday Night Football's ratings. It is what it is. The ratings are going to go down in September, and Big E did absolutely nothing to prop them back up. Worthless as a champion. I think he does the sports entertainment role well, but the sports entertainment role is not one for that of one of the two main championships on either brand, in my opinion. I think you devalued Bobby to prop someone that had nothing to prop up, and now you're back to Brock Lesnar as the WWE champion to go along with Roman Reigns as the Universal champion on SmackDown.
Well, but you got to give him credit because what they did absolutely right. I was talking to the guys last night, and the guy was absolutely, he was a white guy, but he was absolutely pissed off that they took the belt off Big E. I mean, he made it a black and white issue, but I explained to him that in this particular case, it had nothing to do with color.
Oh, please.
It has to do with money. The Royal Rumble is going to be in St. Louis in their biggest venue. This is a stadium show.
Right.
Now, as far as economics go, you have got to make that main event as strong as possible. And who can do that besides a Brock Lesnar, more than likely a Brock Lesnar-Bobby Lashley match? It would have been, Big E and nobody as far as a main event that meant something that's going to put asses in seats. I'm sorry. That's just the way it is.
Well, Oscar. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So giving the belt to Brock Lesnar at this point in order to make him the main event at that huge Royal Rumble and then following that, I mean, I don't understand. Like I said, this is an experiment. You got a stadium show at the Royal Rumble, then you got to turn around and have a stadium show at WrestleMania. For me, I mean, it's a bold move, but a bit much. We'll see how it pans out. But those two shows in and of itself, you have got to have a stellar card.
To be honest, I don't think the Royal Rumble needs it. I think it's a waste of Lashley and Lesnar if you throw that out there at the Royal Rumble. At the Royal Rumble, the main event is the Royal Rumble. That's what's going to draw on its own this year. I have no idea how they're going to fill a 30 women's Royal Rumble. I think they might have to have everybody come out twice to see if they can win. As far as the men's go, there's always a million different directions they could go there. In the past, we've seen kind of not WrestleMania quality championship matches, and that's fine. Where for the Rumble's the big draw. If you were going to have a period of time where Big E was going to be the champion, I don't think it would hurt the Royal Rumble to have him as the champion. I don't know if it would necessarily help, but I don't think it would hurt. I just think he was not a good.
That.
He wasn't a good champion overall. He meant nothing.
No. I totally agree with you. Where I disagree is, the Rumble is the attraction, but the Rumble by itself is not an entity that is going to fill a 30, 40, 50,000 seat stadium. You have got to have something else. If I'm Vince, I would get on my knees on Zoom and give Mark Callis a call, because I just don't. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see. And then, like I said, you got to turn around and fill just as big a venue for WrestleMania.
Oh, are you kidding me? Not even close. Not even close. It's 102,000 back-to-back nights they're looking to fill. In April 2nd and April 3rd in Arlington, Texas. That's
right.
That's going to make the Dome in St. Louis seem small.
So
I'd be saving my bullets for the gun for that show, not for the Royal Rumble. Royal Rumble's already got over 25,000 seats sold, I believe, out of the 40 or so that they are hoping to try and open up and fill. That remains to be seen. But I was happy to see the title off of Big E, as long as it wasn't Owens or Rollins. Been there, done that. Again, nobody cares. Rollins, ever since Rollins to me died the night the bell rang at WrestleMania 35, when he went from the guy that kicked Brock Lesnar's ass to being positioned as Becky Lynch's boyfriend. To me, Kevin Owens is at about the same level as Big E. Fine, but no one I want to build my company around or have main event of WrestleMania. He's just fine,
Yeah, no, he's, to me.
Nope, we lost you there for a second, Oscar.
He's got all the tools, but he's another one I wouldn't be surprised on the we wish you well in your future endeavor list.
Who?
Kevin Owens.
They just re-signed him for $2 to $3 million a year.
Oh, well then, okay.
You think they're going to get rid of him that soon?
No, he's all right then. They did that.
I
wouldn't be surprised, but if he got a contract renewal of that magnitude, he's fine.
Well, they could release him at any time. We know how that goes. But I think, again, what a waste of money. You see the Strowmans that have been released, the Bray Wyatts that have been released, and other guys near the top of the card that they've done nothing with, and you're going to invest all that money in Kevin Owens? What does Kevin Owens really bring to the table? He does not look like a wrestler. He's technically sound, but just a guy that comes out there that doesn't appear to be in any kind of good conditioning, wrestles in a T-shirt. His promos, I don't know the man personally. It's not a personal knock. It's just from my personal observation of him now several years in. There's just, after that feud he had with Cena, it's been... If Kevin Owens never showed up on my TV screen again, I wouldn't care in the least.
Here's the problem. Now, here's the major problem. You gave Lesnar the belt last night, okay? We not gonna get Lesnar on TV every week.
Good. No one needs to be on TV every week. That's the problem with WWE programming. That's another reason why the ratings are as low as they are. There is nothing unpredictable about that show. Nothing. You know you're going to see the same people each and every week. At least when Lesnar is around, you expect the unexpected to some degree. You know he may pop in from time to time, but he's not going to be on every week. And that's a part of the reason why Hogan had such great appeal. He wasn't wrestling on free television every week. Are you kidding me? You had to go out of your way to see Hogan wrestle, and that's the same way Lesnar is presented, and that's the smart way to go about it. If you're on free T every week, what is the reason to go out of your way to make it must-see TV if it's going to be the same people and the same matches with the same group of guys every week? What's the reason to go out of your way to want to see it?
No, I mean, you got a point. You're going to see him one Raw or two before the pay-per-view, and then the pay-per-view, and then that's about it. So that's smart. I mean, that's how that's how they did the Undertaker. You just see him all the time.
He was right. He wasn't on TV every week either. I don't know why people have such a hard on that Brock Lesnar is champion and not on TV every week. I think it's a great thing. It makes his appearances valuable. It makes you go out of your way to want to see them. When you have Big E on TV every week as the champion, did anyone give a flying fuck that Big E was on TV every week as the champion?
Yeah, he was on TV every week.
Nobody cared.
You saw him all the time.
And as much as I love Bobby, and Bobby was getting over, it didn't lead to a large business increase with Bobby as the champion on TV every week. I mean,
Yeah,
Rollins championship runs meant
definitely-
nothing.
Yeah, he definitely didn't need to be on TV every week. That was a waste.
Nobody does. That's the problem. Nobody needs to be on TV every week. It's overexposed.
He is overexposed. You risk an injury every time you do a crapshoot like that. And then if you get injured, then what do you have then? I mean, he's really messed up then. I remember, I'll give you an example. I was with Triple H at dinner in Boston at the Legacy. It might have been, it wasn't the night she was there. It was, I think, the year after the year prior. Rollins had the title, and Rollins was that cash cow for a while. He was the main event guy when he had the belt. And all of a sudden, Triple H and the whole WWE hierarchy that was at the dinner got up and rushed out because somewhere overseas, Owens, I think he broke his ankle or he had some kind of...
Oh, Rollins did. Yes. In a match against Kane.
Rollins, he had a pretty serious injury, and they rushed out of that dinner wow, because that was a major thing.
Right. He was out from fall until Money in the Bank the next summer. So that was a significant injury. He missed WrestleMania, and I didn't realize it was the same night as the Legacy Foundation dinner.
It was the same night as the Legacy Foundation dinner because they all rushed out and they was all looking for me. They had the cars come real quick. They was looking for everybody that they, making sure that they had everybody. It was something else. I mean, nobody knew what happened at that particular minute, but we knew it was something. And then we found out later on that night, that's what happened. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, that was an ugly, ugly injury. I think there was fan footage of it that surfaced on YouTube after the fact, but again, Rollins is a great wrestler. I enjoy his body of work, but it's just the gimmicks as presented. Like I said, since WrestleMania 35, you've had that the awful presentation as Becky Lynch's boyfriend. Then they turned him heel as the Monday Night Messiah, which was beyond boring. Now he's the King of Drip, which is just uninspiring. He just needs to go back to what he was, and that worked, But
Rollins could have been, and I'll make a bold statement right now, Rollins could have been the next Shawn Michaels if he was packaged right.
Wow.
He had the in-ring tools. He had good promos. He could fly around like Michaels. He remind me of Michaels. But like you just said, his whole program just got messed up, and he can't get it back. Not to have no legacy in that direction. He cannot get it back. I mean, it's just down, down, down from here.
Baby, he's been repackaged too many times in too short of a period of time, in my opinion.
I mean, they could have ran a whole, what was that faction they came in as?
The Shield.
They could have ran that way longer than what they did, and it would have worked.
I agree. They hot-shotted that, but they hot-shot everything. They have no pacing, and there's no patience in the creative.
Everything gets cut short. I mean, you a stockholder, you need to do something. When you a stockholder, you wasn't no stockholder when Men on a Mission was around.
They weren't a publicly traded company, so it would have been tough.
They wasn't.
It would have been tough. It wasn't until October of '99 that they went public.
Why did they do that anyway? You have any idea? Because that's the people by surprise.
Because Vince became a billionaire basically overnight, and he still owns the majority of the stock in the company, and so they did nothing wrong as far as that goes. Right now, fans, we're not going to do anything wrong. We're going to take a brief time out, catch up on things here in the world of Boston wrestling sports. We'll be back on the flip side with part 2 of Oscar's Monday Night Mission here on Wrestling Insiders. Stand by. Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans looking for the perfect holiday gift? Discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts are on sale now. Join WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, 3-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more 1980s legends to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Meet the wrestling icons up close and personal in an autograph and photo fan fest. Then get ready as the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow take part in a night of white-hot in-ring action. Discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for a limited time at bostonwrestling.com. Join us for a professional wrestling reunion decades in the making, April the 16th.
It hits different live with WWE Super Show. Don't miss an epic main event.
Drew McIntyre and Kofi Kingston, King Woods, The New Day, Roman Reigns, and the Usos in a 6-man tag team match.
Will the new arrivals on the Blue brand disrupt the dominance of the Bloodline? It's WWE Super Show in Boston, Sunday, January 9th. Tickets and Superstar Experience packages on sale now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this WWE NXT TakeOver War Games 2020 11x14 limited edition autograph poster signed by everyone on the event, number 23 of only 100 made. Includes signatures from the Undisputed Era, Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Tommaso Ciampa, Timothy Thatcher, Io Shirai, Tony Storm, Rhea Ripley, Dexter, Loomis, and more. Comes with authentication hologram on the back of the poster. Also comes with mystery autographed 8x10 and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to your Monday night treat. If you sat through Monday Night Raw for 3 hours, you deserve a pat on the back. Greenville, South Carolina was rocking and rolling, but nothing compared to Oscar here on Monday Night Mission. Oscar, we welcome you back as we continue to talk a little bit day one, WWE and the current happenings in the company. Let me ask you this. What do you think of the concept of WWE having a January 1st pay-per-view, no matter what the day of the week, as opposed to a kind of a bland, meaningless December pay-per-view each year going forward?
You know, the first thing that they deserve a pat on the back, and I'm glad, which makes total sense to me. I'm glad the pay-per-views are on Saturday now, as opposed to Sunday.
Some of them.
So they still got some still coming on Sunday.
Some will. I don't know what the reasoning is behind it, but if I was WWE, I would go the Saturday route. I think that's great.
Yeah, no,
it's not as rushed.
I think Saturday is just better. I think that it's easier to get to a venue on a Saturday because there's no work on Sunday, which is just great.
I think just watching it on television makes it easier.
And I don't know, day one. I mean, I just didn't get in.
The hell are you doing over there?
Nah, that's Mimi's in there, and the smoke alarm was going off. We're trying to do a show, Pumpkin.
All right, there you go. She must have heard you.
Dan said you must have heard me. I don't know. I when I knew day one was coming, my whole thing was like, why? I mean, I don't think that we need a New Year's Day pay-per-view. I mean, that's just one man's opinion. It wasn't nothing special about it. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. See, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to take y'all back. We used to have, the Royal Rumble, Survivor Series, SummerSlam, WrestleMania, and King of the Ring, that came with. But we used to have about 4 or 5 pay-per-views per year. That made them triple, double, they had quadruple value because you salivated from one pay-per-view to the next. They all had great television numbers. They all had, because they was all spaced out, and you had a whole lot of time to base a plot line leading up to each one of these pay-per-views, and I thought that was beautiful. Next thing I know, I wake up 10 years later, and there's a pay-per-view every damn week. That just...
A pay-per-view every week?
Now it is. Now it practically is. How many pay-per-views are there now in a year's time?
Well, I'd have to say probably the most overexposed wrestling pay-per-view was probably, I'd say 98 through 2000, early 2001, when you had WWF, WCW running monthly, and ECW was running maybe bi-monthly at that point, if not more.
No, my point is, now it's tables, ladders, and chairs, Money in the Bank.
Right. Well, WWE generally has one a month. AEW has 4.
My point is,
so there's 16.
My point is, as far as pay-per-views go, I mean, that's kind of a bit much, don't you think?
Just WWE are you talking about?
Yeah, just them.
They went to the monthly format in May of '95, not too long after you left. So
yeah, that was that. So
it's nothing new.
My point that I'm making is, when it was just the major ones that was on TV, it made sense, and you could build a story around it.
Less was more.
Yeah, exactly. Now it's, oh my God.
When there's pointless and there's no reason for them is when I roll my eyes and say, why bother? But, you know, a lot of the times I don't know how far ahead they're even thinking when it comes to what some of the show lineups are going to be.
Yeah, well, it's it's overkill, overexposure. I mean, okay. I give you an example. Another example. Raw being 3 hours. At one point, I think they were discussing having it off for 4. I don't know, but Raw being off whenever Raw started coming on and staying on 3 hours, that is a bit much.
Well, you know, to be fair on that, that's really something that wasn't dictated by WWE. That was more of a USA demand, where even though they're hitting, you know, rock bottom numbers, for cable television, it's still a pretty good number for that third hour. So they're delighted to have it and help keep them as the number one rated network on all of cable television. I think WWE realizes that 3 hours is too much every week from those that I've spoken to within the company. But when USA is the one writing the check every week, you don't have much say. You know what I mean? I much prefer SmackDown's 2-hour presentation on Fox on Friday nights. But again, that's one man's opinion.
Well, yeah, but more to the point, not necessarily the 3-hour Raw, but the pay-per-view every month is just, I don't know.
If there's going to be good wrestling and good storylines headed into it, I'm fine with a monthly pay-per-view. I used to go to monthly Boston Garden Live events, and those house shows were the equivalent of what pay-per-views would have been back then. But to me, the overkill is the amount of television, the quantity of television, and the hours of television. It's just, there's too much to hold anyone's interest where they have such a lack of variety. I think if you go back to the beginning of coronavirus, WWE has released over 80 talents when they've never had more hours of television to fill. So you're filling all of these extra hours of television with the same people over and over again, week after week, sometimes wrestling not once but twice, or in 2 or 3 vignettes or skits. And it's like, what is the reason for me to need to tune into this television show? And unless we were at the point on Wrestling Insiders here where we were doing the weekly or at some point we were trying to do review shows of all the major television shows, there was no need to watch them. And it got to the point where I hated all of them. So what was the point to sit here every day and be negative on everything? It really served no purpose. My opinions really didn't change week to week. Sometimes there'd be some matches and wrestlers I might like more than others, but overall, I thought the grand scheme of things, it sucked. NXT has gone downhill ever since they went the 2.0 route. I think SmackDown has declined a bit since the draft they had this year. I thought they had a better grouping prior to the draft. And I think Lesnar will help Raw. But I think other than Lesnar and Lashley, there's basically no star power whatsoever on the Raw side of things. So how do you put 3 hours together around that?
No, I got you.
They give you more boring women's wrestling that, again, no one wants to go out of their way to see.
Here we go. Okay, disclaimer. The misogynistic comments that you hear about women's wrestling come from Dan Marati and this show and me. And no one, we don't take responsibility. That's
July of 2015, hashtag Give Divas a Chance. They brought up Sasha, Becky, and Charlotte the same week. 3.5 million people watched. Current ratings, less than 50% of that most weeks. So you tell me where adding all this women's wrestling has helped the company.
Well, okay. It's not about helping the company.
It's not? What should it be on for then?
I'm going to tell you, it's an even kill, because if you do not put the women in, then you have got to answer to the women and to the women's groups and the women's rights groups and everybody else that I mean, I'll put it like, I mean,
where are the women that are out there asking for it? I mean, I know there is a percentage of women's wrestling fans that watch it, but I mean, my God, do you go to live events and see large groups of women? Do you go to toy stores and see little girls going to buy wrestling action figures?
Okay,
I know I don't.
I'm going to answer your question.
All right.
You don't see them now, but you take them girls off TV and see if you don't see them then.
Well, good. If they're not around now, they're certainly not going to come back for the men. Or maybe they want to see the men. Who knows? Maybe the women are tuning in for the eye candy from the men.
You don't see them now, but if you take them off TV, you're going to see all them groups that day.
Well,
who wants to deal with that? I'm Vince. I certainly wouldn't want to.
They opened up Pandora's box, and it's been for the worst.
Okay, all right.
The divisions are too small. You had, my gosh, let's build the company around Becky Lynch. That was a disaster. You have Toni Storm, another one that had potential. I thought there was a pretty solid female wrestler. She opted out of the company this past week, and they were delighted to give her release. As
Toni Storm?
Yeah, out.
Out?
Gone. C'est la vie. Stick a fork in her. She's done.
Wait. Slow down. She just had... Really?
Gone.
She just had
at her request. Not WWE releasing her.
Why does she want to be out?
She probably didn't enjoy the working experience there.
Wow, dang. I mean, I knew she wasn't going to get no title or nothing like that, but I wasn't expecting her to be out.
Well, surprise, surprise. Happy New Year. Yeah, and I didn't, you know what? For all the women that they have on the two brands, I thought she was pretty good.
No, I thought she was pretty good too. I mean, I don't know. I didn't expect her to really go nowhere, but I didn't expect her to. Oh man, that just blew my mind. Anybody else leave that I don't know nothing about, Mr. Shareholder?
I do not know of any other releases as of since the last time we spoke. I don't think they would be apt to do so right around Christmas and New Year's, around the holidays. But like I said, she specifically requested it. So at a time when they're looking to cut costs any way they can, they were very happy to bid Tony adieu.
All right, now.
And you know what? I don't think anyone will care. I don't think one less person is going to stop watching WWE because she's gone.
Okay, now I have a serious question.
Yes.
You're not going to know the answer to it, but I got to ask you anyway.
All right.
All right, Mr. Shareholder. WWE has ran that program where for $10 a month, you can, subscribe to WWE programming, and then you got the Peacock Network. Okay, you with me so far?
Yes.
Okay, as a talent, Mr. Shareholder, where the hell is my money?
Well, you know what? The ballless group of individuals on the rosters should have unionized a long time ago to make sure they got more than 8% of the gross, unlike the NFL or the NBA, which is around 50% of the gross. Unless they band together and stick up for themselves and defend themselves, you think WWE is going to say, oh, okay, let's change our business model completely. We're going to give you about, 6 times what we're paying you now.
No, you missing what I'm even talking about.
You're saying, why aren't they giving pay off of WWE Network?
Yeah, WWE
residuals
Network and the Peacock Network. Yeah, I mean that there was a class action lawsuit that formed together to address the issue. I don't know if it fell apart. I don't know if it's still going on. I don't know what's happening with it. I didn't join it because it's going to be a waste of damn time. But seriously though, I mean, they was paying for everything else. I honestly don't think that it's the most fairest thing I've ever heard of. That they not pay, that they making money off all this talent with these entities and all that other kind of stuff like that, and nobody even got a sushi dinner.
Well, did the talent sign contracts where they wanted streaming revenue included in the contracts?
Okay, but see, the thing is, when contracts were signed, there was no such thing as streaming revenue as streaming at all.
Okay, well, since WWE Network was implemented in 2014, has anyone demanded it in their contracts?
No, what I'm okay. What I'm trying to say is, I'm talking about talent. Now, I don't know what they asking for.
Oh, you mean the legends?
Today. Yeah, exactly. Not even legends, former talent. Everybody's on the network, and everybody's on Peacock, and everybody's a part of all that programming. So where's the check?
When the talent signed the contract, was there anything included in there about future media presentations beyond VHS tapes and DVDs and the like? Because if not, you have nothing to complain about. That's the contract you chose to sign.
More than likely, but I really couldn't say. But I really think that it's...
Oh, I'm going to guarantee you it's not, because believe me, if it was, they'd be paying you that royalty every quarter or anytime you hit that $50 threshold to avoid another lawsuit.
Yeah, but...
And I hope the talents of today are smart enough to have something included in their contracts, whatever the next version of streaming or the next version of WWE Network, whatever it is, that they do include that there's going to be some kind of a piece of the pie, some kind of royalty or a residual. If not, they have no one to blame but themselves.
I hope they got enough sense. Somebody, please, because we certainly didn't see it coming. And I'm confused about that whole thing, because I will say this. It probably was because I did sign a contract for something else that did address future media. So I'm sure that their lawyers, Jerry McDivitt and the gang, were that smart. Yes.
Well, it's too bad that the professional wrestlers never chose to unionize, because they've cost themselves millions and millions of dollars in some cases, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars in most cases.
Hold on. What'd you say? I did. We talked about that. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
What's she talking about? You racing cars with David Reese?
Yeah. Oh my God! I don't know why you don't go somewhere and do stand up. Anyway, yeah. So yeah. But I remember a few years back, it was Marty Jannetty. Your boy, your friend, your best friend. Right? It was Marty Jannetty that brought it to my attention that a lawyer did contact him and tell him that he was putting together a gaggle of guys for a class action lawsuit to address a couple of things. Number one, there was going to be a concussion class action lawsuit, and then there was going to be a class action lawsuit addressing revenue from the network. Now, I did speak to somebody, and it was something about Nelson Frazier's wife, that she was suing because of concussions that Mabel suffered in the ring. Now, I don't know what all the legal maneuvers was from that situation. I do know that she made a real big stink about it until they paid her a check for $10,000.
Right, which will be withdrawn from his future royalties.
Yeah. Now,
So they basically gave her an advance on what he might be worth in the future to them.
Well, based on based on what I know of her, I told them, wow, that was a huge, one of the biggest business mistakes of all business mistakes in America. But I will get into that some other day, I promise you. But my point is, what was my point? Oh, my point is that I had a conversation with the lawyers, and they didn't even know. Matter of fact, no. I told Triple H at one of the dinners because he had no idea. I told Triple H that they need to be on the lookout. Yep, I was a snitch. I told them that they need to be on the lookout because there's a class action suit forming that's going to address, the network. And my suggestion was this, which they did not do. Even if your plan is not to pay it or not to do anything, you need to put in the newsletter that you have come out every month. I don't even know if they're still doing that. But in a newsletter or something, you need to address it one way or another, because to ignore it, you invite challenge. And challenge is just going to lead to you in court about it forever. Because it's not going to go away.
Well, they were able to put the kibosh on the concussion lawsuit pretty quick.
Well, see, but the thing is, I remember my point. There was no way that she or nobody else could sue them about concussions because the man wrestled everywhere. So his concussions could have came from Mexico,
right?
Or they could have came from Puerto Rico or Japan or anywhere. So that lawsuit really didn't even make sense. And there was no way WWE could have been held accountable because those concussions could have came from back in his USWA days or whatever. So there's no way that they could be blamed.
And it's just like someone like Matt Bourne, Doink the Clown, being involved. He wrestled for probably 30 years. Only 2 of those years were with WWE. So
exactly.
How much blame can you put on one company for 1/15th of your career being under their auspices?
You cannot go to them for that just because they're the biggest fish. You wrestled everywhere, so the injuries could have came from anywhere.
Right. The footage is the footage.
Exactly.
But with that, I guess how it would be difficult to me is how do you narrow down how much someone would be worth? Do you have someone that monitors it to see how many, sometimes minutes or even seconds of one person is even watched to see what they would get for a cut? I don't know. That would be, to me, difficult to figure out.
Yeah, no, it would be. It would be difficult to figure out. No, I don't dispute that. But what I do say is, you are making money off the likeness and off the work of people, in an entity where you basically making millions of dollars now. Because when I talked to Triple H about it, the network was fairly new. So I told him, I understand there's no way that you guys can be making any money right now. So I personally understand it. So I ain't joining no class action lot. I wouldn't even do it today because it's a waste of time. Because even if they reached the settlement, how the hell much could you possibly get? I mean, you're talking about hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of individuals.
Right. And how often are those older shows even watched? And for how long are they watched? I mean, do you break it down by show? Do you break it down by minute watched? Do you break it down by match watched? I mean, it would be difficult to come up with an exact formula on what someone's value would be on old WWE Network videos. The guys that are on pay-per-view, whatever incarnation of live pay-per-views there are right now that aren't getting a cut like they used to, that's a different story for a different time. I mean, you would generally have an idea of how many people watch live that day within, even if you said maybe almost like how they look at TV ratings, the +3 days, +7 days, and get a pretty good idea of what that event's value to the network was for that month. And then maybe generate a formula that way on what the percentage would be to give the guys, which they don't do. As far as the veterans go from those old shows, I mean, I don't know enough about how they calculate. I know I wouldn't call it ratings, but viewership for those older shows. But just to narrow down what someone would be worth on them would be, it would take a lot of work, I think, to say nothing else.
Well, I'm guessing they take a shot in the dark, the way they was figuring out the compensation from the videos and the DVDs and all that other stuff that they was paying us for. Now, I ain't seen a royalty check in years. I mean, I don't even care no more. I don't even think about it.
No, you got to hit that $50 threshold, which I guess you're not hitting.
I guess I ain't nowhere near it. I remember one time, I used to talk to the guy all the time, the guy that does the royalties, real nice guy. He was like, well, you're at $48.72. So as soon as you hit that $50, I cut you a check.
Yeah, I mean, at least with the DVDs, it was a little easier to figure out. You figure just say a DVD was $25, 8% of whatever that was would go to the talent. Then they'd have to break down who was on that show, how long they were on the video for, and that was their net worth per unit of a DVD or a VHS tape sold. So that's a little easier to figure out to me than how you'd calculate that for WWE Network on a streaming service. Where someone, even though the match let's per se that a match is 8 minutes long on a WWE Network presentation, but someone only watches 2 minutes and 12 seconds of it. Do you divide that by 4? Do you divide it by an even uneven number to try and calculate what the worth, I should say, would be? It would take a lot of someone smarter than I to try and calculate how you would figure out what the value would be. And then, I mean, what if you have someone that watches 1 or 2 events each month on WWE Network as opposed to a diehard that might watch it 3 or 4 times a week? I mean, obviously, that person's viewership wouldn't have as much value per event as someone that watched it twice per month. You know what I mean? Yeah, generally, outside of our watch-alongs and the live pay-per-views, I've never watched it at all outside of that Legends House show that debuted early on. So the value in me to them watching the network would be those shows, as opposed to someone that may binge watch far more than I do. And that would be worth far less to them per show. But again, it would take a smarter person than I to try and figure out what should each talent get for their likeness being on that network. Now, what complicates it even further is them being on Peacock. Look at everything that's on NBC Peacock in the United States. It's not just limited to WWE Network. There's movies on there. There's TV shows on there. There's a plethora of different media presentations to go along with WWE Network, which I think complicates it even more.
And it would take a smarter person than me to really understand everything you just said.
And I really don't even understand it all that well. That's just, as someone that worked in cable, I understand a little bit about it. And as someone that has worked in wrestling, I understand the wrestling part of it even better. But I'm still at a fraction of the complete picture.
That makes a statement of how complicated this is.
Right, yeah.
Because it's not it's not to even say, because I don't know, it's not to even say, maybe they're trying to figure an algorithm out, to deal with all of this stuff. But based on the 5 minutes that you just gave, that goes to show how complicated.
Yeah, it's very, very, very complicated, yeah. And it's going to take a lot of time to figure out. Do I think that maybe someday It changes. It's like, man, I mean, the contracts that you guys signed, there was nothing included, but there was nothing. I don't know if there was anything in those contracts without looking at them that said you're not entitled to any revenue from future media presentations. I don't know what the wording in the contracts were, but I know that there's nothing in there that includes it. But does that mean you should be entitled to nothing as a result of a new wave of media coming to be that didn't exist when you were an active talent? I don't know if the answer to that is, in the big grand scheme of things outside of Titan Towers, no.
Well,
in a legal world, maybe you are entitled to it. I just don't know what it is.
Well, the answer is that really, really disturbs people is, okay, are you not, if you're not entitled to any monies from it, okay, that's not really the most fair thing, because we're not entitled to monies from it. You making millions and bragging about it from it.
But again, to me, it comes down to what the difference is between the network and DVDs, VHS tapes, action figures. At least it's easier to pinpoint what you're on, what the value cost was to those units when they were purchased by a fan, as opposed to a network that's buying an entire service, and they can watch as much or as little as they want to. There might be months where they watch absolutely nothing. And why should guys be paid off of nothing? You know what I mean? I mean, if just let's just say, I'm trying to think of a pay-per-view we're on. SummerSlam 1994, I remember you were a part of. If let's just say, no, for whatever reason, no one watched SummerSlam 1994, should you be entitled to anything from that event from the network for that month or that quarter or however it may be calculated? I don't know the answer to that question. I would say no, but ... There's, again, legal people far smarter in, media law than you and I are that would answer that question better. If it was a VHS tape where someone, or a DVD, when someone said, okay, I'm spending $20 on this DVD, you were part of one match on this DVD, the talent gets an 8% royalty of it. It's divided up by how many guys were on the show. You can come out to 42 cents per DVD sold or something like that. Because I've seen how, I don't want to say who, but I've seen how one talent's royalty contract is broken down. To me, that makes perfect sense because you know how much the item is being sold for and you know how much the talent is getting divided by how many talents are on the show. That makes sense. With a streaming network where it's a buffet of media, so to speak, it's very, very difficult to pinpoint what someone is worth on that when they have the option of watching nothing. They have the option of watching one program. They have the option of watching 200 programs or bits and pieces of 200 programs per month. So how do you figure out what that $10 is worth at that point per talent? Let's say they keep the same 8% that they pay out for the royalties now. I would have no idea how to calculate that.
Okay, you know what? Keep the money. I'm dizzy just by you explaining it. Seriously.
Did it at least make any sense?
I don't know.
You don't even know if it made sense. All right, well.
That's why we ain't getting no money, because wait a minute. They need to have you explain it. Then everybody gonna walk away from the table and just say frigate.
See, not to be confused with frigate. Maybe Vince should hire me for that, just to confuse the legends more than anything. And then they'll be like, you know what, we're not even going to bother asking.
Right. He need to have you explain it because, we seriously would all just say, forget it.
Outside of the top guys, I'm going to have a feeling it really wouldn't be worth much more than you're already getting now. Would be my educated guess.
Last topic is,
all right,
how's the 80s show coming, the logistics? What's going on?
Where things have been kind of busy over the past couple of weeks due to the holidays. I know that there have been ticket sales moving. There was a technical hiccup on the website that was resolved, but the tickets are moving, and the fans have until the end of the week to get discount VIP packages and tickets before they go up to the regular price. So if you want the best seats in the house, if you want to save a few bucks in your pocket instead of ours, head on over to the BostonWrestling.com Supers site now.
All right, fans. It has been fun ringing in the new year, catching up. And we will see what happens between this Monday and next Monday.
All right. Up until then, folks, until Raw goes off the air next Monday night, remember we have a plethora of great shows to enjoy this week. We're going to have our Wrestling Insider Extreme Marathon tomorrow as we get ready for brand new episodes of our ECW-themed talk show in 2022. Wednesday night at 10 p.m. after AEW Dynamite, you can look forward to Wrestling Insider Special Edition with former WWE Intercontinental and European Champion D'Lo Brown. Thursday nights at 10 p.m., it's the wild, unpredictable Berzerker John Nord with Wrestling Insider Throwback Thursdays. Then Friday night, after SmackDown and AEW Rampage come to an end, it is the father figure of Boston wrestling sports, the one and only John Cena Sr. What a week it is going to be. For my partner in crime, Oscar, I'm Dan Marati. Until we speak again, folks, Happy New Year from Boston. Good night. Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans looking for the perfect holiday gift? Discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts are on sale now. Join WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more 1980s legends to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Meet the wrestling icons up close and personal in an autograph and photo fan fest. Then get ready as the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow take part in a night of white-hot in-ring action. Discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for a limited time at bostonwrestling.com. Join us for a professional wrestling reunion decades in the making, April the 16th.
It hits different live with WWE Super Show. Don't miss an epic main event.
Drew McIntyre and Kofi Kingston, King Woods, The New Day, Roman Reigns, and the Usos in a six-man tag team match.
Will the new arrivals on the blue brand disrupt the dominance of the Bloodline? It's WWE Super Show in Boston, Sunday, January 9. Tickets and Superstar Experience packages on sale now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store. Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insider's in-studio shoot interviews on eBay with this brand new personally autographed WWE Royal Rumble 2021 11x14 poster signed by WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and Kevin Owens. Reigns and Owens battled for the Universal title in a last standing match January 31st in the Thunderdome in Tampa. This limited edition collector's poster is number 31 of only 50 produced. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Also comes with an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus autographed 8x10 photo. Get this rare, awesome collectible for your man cave and help keep wrestling legends working now. Wrestling fans, welcome back. Always interesting to hear from Oscar. He's working on big things as the vice president of Boston Wrestling Sports in 2022. Speaking of content, we're ready for season 2 of Wrestling Insiders. Party with Marty. We'd love to have Marty Jannetty back in studio ASAP to share his no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll look at the 80s and 90s, but we need your help to make it happen. Round 1 on Indiegogo, we hit about 20%, but we need to hit 100%. Our interactive prize-filled Indiegogo campaign number 2 is ongoing now. Look for the link in the description box below or across our social media platforms. As noted, with Just Incredible unavailable for Wrestling Insiders Extreme, we had an all-day ECW-themed marathon on Tuesday. Now, it's time for this week's Wednesday Wrestling Insiders Special Edition with the return, of our longtime friend, the former WWE Intercontinental and European Champion D'Lo Brown, shooting on his time in Smoky Mountain Wrestling. He talks about Jim Cornette, New Jack and Mustafa when he was part of the Gangsters, the Armstrong family, Kane as Unabomb, Jim Ross, Bob Caudle, Chris Candido and Sonny, Paul Bearer, and more. Check it out.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to another brand new Wrestling Insider Special Edition. Very happy to be having this gentleman with us. Got great reviews from your first episode with us. They like you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You know, there's been, I hate to say it, a couple of talents that I have thought have been really good, and the fans just, they never seem to take to the interviews. And I always wondered why, because it's not like the fans gave great detailed explanations as to why, but you know what, if they like you, they like you. So we'll take it. We like positive more than negative.
You're damn right. I'll take it.
All right, let's talk about, we touched upon it just a tad in your first episode, but Smoky Mountain Wrestling.
Yes.
What was it that led you there? Was it that Jim Cornette was involved kind of in the office at that point when you were doing enhancement work in '94? Did you reach out to them? What brought a pre-D'Lo Brown to Smoky Mountain?
Funny story. So I was in the Monster Factory rolling around, and you remember Balls Mahoney, right?
Oh, yeah.
Rest his soul. He had just gotten hired down there.
Boo Bradley?
Boo Bradley.
Yep.
You know, the thing about Balls Mahoney is he did not have a driver's license, so he got hired for a job, but he could not get from New Jersey to Tennessee.
Oh, yeah, right.
So he comes into the school and goes, "Hey, is there anybody who wants to make a drive to?" And before he finished, I was like, "I got you." So in that, we went down to Tennessee. And I had a little match there for Cornette. He gave me 8 minutes and liked what he saw. And I'll say something. See, and I only give perspective from my side. Mm-hmm. I'll tell you a little add-on to this as the story goes. But I went out there, had a match. Cornette liked what he saw, and I got a job. Well, lo and behold, I talked to New Jack one time, and New Jack was there as the Gangsters, and Cornette wanted to add some bodies to the Gangsters. So literally, New Jack is sitting there talking to Cornette. Cornette's like, "We need to add somebody." And New Jack looks in the ring and goes, "Add him," pointing at me. So that's how Cornette goes, "You want me to add him to the Gangsters?" And New Jack's like, "Yeah." Boom. So that's how I got my opportunity.
Well, on our Tuesday night program, Wrestling Insiders Extreme, a look at kind of the superstars that were and helped create the ambiance that was Extreme Championship Wrestling. New Jack was with us, as we had noted, and some tremendous interviews if you haven't had a chance to check them out yet. But we did get into his Smoky Mountain time, mm-hmm. and he mentioned it was, for African Americans, it could be a challenging place in a lot of ways.
Yes.
He said that Cornette said we need to add more African Americans to the faction, and he said him.
Yes.
So basically what you just said right now, he was a big proponent of yours early on. Did you get a chance to know him early on, or do you think he was just impressed by your size?
I think it was size, and I fit the bill. And then we got to know each other after that, because we started riding together after that. So we really became, we bonded. Him, Mustafa, and myself really bonded after that. And yeah, Tennessee back then was a crazy place. And you think about 3 black guys running around in the middle of the South, telling white people how bad they were. Didn't pay, it didn't. wasn't an easy way to live. I mean, but that's real heat. That's wrestling heat.
Yeah.
I mean, they wanted to literally kill us, so we'll take it, because if they're willing to want to do that, then they're willing to pay to see you lose, and when you don't lose, it pisses them off more. So we had some tremendous heat that was in Tennessee.
Well, in our brief conversation that we had earlier, I think I told you my thoughts on Jack.
Mm-hmm.
In your opinion, as someone that knew him far better than I did,
Mm-hmm.
what do you think the biggest misconception of who Jack is? That the fans that have never met him or spent personal time with him wouldn't know.
I think, and not that it's anyone's fault, but people got caught up with the New Jack character and didn't get to know Jerome.
Right.
And it's two different people there. If you knew Jerome was the guy who would sit on the floor and roll around with kids and play with kids and giggle and laugh. But then New Jack's the guy who would blast you over top the head with a steel chair. But I think people got hung up in the character of New Jack, and to his credit, he didn't expose his personal self to the world. But I think that's
he protected the gimmick.
He protected the gimmick. So, and because the gimmick would lose its aura if you actually knew who he was outside of the fatigues and the shirt. So I was fortunate that I got to know Jerome Young first, and then I got to meet New Jack. So I got to see the good side of it, but not only the good side of it, but the vulnerable
human side.
Yeah. I mean, that was Jerome. So I always think of him as that. I mean, it's hard for me sometimes to see, the mass transit incident or stuff like that. That's hard for me to look at sometimes, because I'm like, man, he's in a different place. But Jerome Young is my dude. I love him.
It's almost like he would turn into a different person when the bell would ring.
He had to. It's what you do.
Yeah.
We're all different people.
Right.
Like, this guy here is not the guy who goes to the ring. That's a whole different person. But, Jack's character was so extreme, for lack of a better term, it scared people.
Yeah, I mean, it was so disappointing to learn that he had passed. We had planned on doing, after the first day was so much fun and was so successful, we planned on doing 2 more full days just a month later. And like I mentioned, I said I thought my phone had broken. I was at a Red Sox game for the first time in a year and a half. And that limited capacity to like 5,000 people. And I said, what is wrong with my phone? I started getting mad. And it was just message after message after message. Did you know New Jack died? Did you know New Jack died? TMZ links and things like that. Even our buddy Andy Wong up at Kowloon, at the Kowloon Entertainment Dining Complex on Route 1. He took the time. Great food. He took time from his busy schedule to message me in case I hadn't heard about it. And it's strange where, I didn't know him all that well beyond that. I'd been him a few times, but that one day, we spent the better part of 6 or 7 hours together, and then dinner, and I think we kind of bonded. I think the fans could tell there was a great chemistry, and we had great fun. I mean, you talk about some of the most brutal, violent tales. Then it would get into, like you said, some of the stories with his new wife and things that went on in kids. Then he'd go the vile route. He talked about his relationship with one of the WWE divas who had a certain and he said he turned around one time and it looked like a child eating a fudgicle, but that's a different story.
That's a whole different story.
There was just such a wide variety to the man. I just wish, I think the series, if we did it the way I wanted to, I think it would have brought out a whole new version of him for people to, maybe if they didn't exactly respect certain things that he did in the ring during his career, I think they would have liked the human being a lot more.
Oh, I think so too, and I know when I found that I was at Impact TV and Tommy Dreamer.
Oh, is that where you were?
I was at TV.
Yeah.
I remember Tommy walking across the room, and I look at Tommy, and he had Tommy's always a fun-loving guy, but he had this serious look on his face. He walked up to me and goes, "Can I talk to you for a second?" I was like, "Okay." He goes, "No easy way to say this. Jack passed." And I was like, "What?" And so I was in the middle of agenting a match, and I was like, "God, I need to go just go sit for a minute." And I just went and sat and just started reminiscing, and then it was like a couple days later. I was on the phone with his wife, and she and I speak all the time now. Like, I was literally 2 nights ago on the phone with her till 2 a.m. my time, just telling Jack's story. So that's like my little sister.
What a nice lady. And we mentioned that, again, I think earlier on tonight when we were talking, and how they met when he was stuck in the hospital in Atlantic City, and all of his friends in the Northeast, no one would go out of their way to, for whatever reason, to come and see him or help him or anything. And this fan from North Carolina reached out to him, took a leap of faith on social media, and they became fast friends. And she came up to visit him in that hospital, and romance blossomed from there. They became a couple eventually and married together. And I think I told you, and I don't want to take anything away from those that love the hardcore legend, but I remember asking him to Kowloon that night when we had dinner, as I told you. I said, well, with all the stuff about you online, what do the kids think of you? He said, they look at me like I'm a big damn toy.
Yep. And
and he loved it. That's the thing.
That's Jack.
He didn't resent it. He
embraced it.
They looked at it. Yeah.
He to know him, his heart was as big as his table, literally and figuratively. He didn't show it to everybody, but if he did, if he let you in, his heart was as big as that table.
I think back that just such great vibes when I left him that night at the hotel, and to think we were going to do it about a month later for 2 days, just a really missed opportunity. And for all those people that said to me, oh, you're an idiot for bringing him in, he's going to be nothing but trouble, blah, 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 blah. It was the complete opposite. It was a great, great, great experience. One I wish we get to do a lot more of. But that's wrestling.
That's wrestling. But the lesson is, if there's someone out there that you've been missing to talk to, give him a call.
Yeah.
Give him a shout. Because you never know, and if something happens, you never get that chance again, and you'll hate yourself for it. So,
what about the guy that is so often forgotten when the gangsters get mentioned? Mustafa.
Yes.
Tell us something about Mustafa, because I know virtually nothing about Mustafa, other than the fact he exists.
Mustafa is, he's very much what you see on TV. He's a man of few words, has a tremendous presence about him. He's
big guy.
He's 6'6". Yeah. He's as, shoulders as wide as a house. But another one of those fun-loving guys.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, once he lets you into his world, he's a fun-loving dude. As a matter of fact, that night I was on the phone with Mustafa, and he and I talked for 3 hours, just giggling, crying back and forth, talking about Jack. So he's just a good dude. He's a fun-loving guy. He lives out in Reno, Nevada now.
Oh, does he?
Just
right up, guy? Okay.
Just right up the highway, about 8 hours. Yeah.
Oh, so maybe if you meet him up for dinner every
I hit Reno at least. I hit Reno at least once a year. So.
Yeah. So there you go. Got a friend out there to hook up with. What were your initial impressions of Cornetti? I'm sure you came across him at WWF at those TV tapings.
Well, I came across. It was Smoky Mountain, the first place that I'd been around him.
Okay.
At a consistent basis. He was, when I went to do enhanced work, he was still, I think, WCW, what WCW was, NWA or whatever it was. He was still down there.
Oh, okay.
But then when I got around about Smoky Mountain, obviously there's the Cornette that I grew up watching, and then you see parts of it, but then you listen to him teach the business, and it's like, whoa, this dude is like a professor. Like, I need to shut up and listen and learn, and that's all I would hang around him. I would listen to him. I'd watch him direct promos, and I'd be like, whoa. I used to hate you and your mama, and now I think you're the coolest thing walking. So when I really got to know him was in Smokey, and he and I have been friends ever since. And I could call him for advice right now, and he'd be willing to give me any kind of advice at this moment. And right now, I call him. It's whatever time it is in Louisville, I call him. If he was awake, he'd pick up the phone.
He's one of the more polarizing figures in the business right now, as he is very, very outspoken in what can be a sometimes sensitive world in 2021. Do you ever get a chance to listen to his podcast?
Yes.
And what are your thoughts on it? Do you think it's too over the top? Do you think it's maybe just right? Do you think it's what wrestling fans need in a day and age where, like we said, the business has changed so much?
I think Cornette has a strong opinion on how he believes this business should be presented. And he's willing to say it in the harshest way sometimes to get your attention. But I always say, don't get caught up in the messenger, because then you bury the message. And he wants you to hear his message on what he believes wrestling was about. And until the end of time, he's been involved in wrestling and made a lot of money at a lot of key points, and he's been in high up in offices in many companies. And he's been next to some of the great ones in terms of knowledge of this business. So, I mean, do I find his stuff abrasive? No, but I come from a different generation.
Right.
Do I think it can be perceived as abrasive? Yes, but that's just for the listener and how they perceive it.
If you don't know the person, or if you weren't around during that era, I can understand the reaction that it gets sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But I look at it as, this is a man I was extremely grateful to, that he decided to take his weekends when he was making a heck of a lot of money for WWF to come and do independent shows for Tony Rumble and try and give some independent guys some rub managing them. You know what I mean? I mean, again, it's one of the things I look at as being very lucky. As a promoter, I mean, was he good to work for, or easy to work for?
Oh, he was easy to work for. He had a specific way of things he wanted done, and as long as you did it that way, you never had an issue. But I found him completely professional. And then when I would go up to do enhancement matches when he was up there, then I saw how he would take bits of WWF at that time, and he made a little small version of Smoky Mountain. And I'm like, okay, now I see where he gets this from. Now I see. Now, okay. And you can see by the way the floor mats were laid out, or the run sheets, or how he laid things out. It was very much off the Vince model.
So even though he was a very intelligent man that knew the business backwards and forwards, even he at that point was still learning bits and pieces from his time in WWF to do things in a different way. When
you're around, and at the end of the day, Vince McMahon, like him or hate him, he's the most successful wrestling promoter in the history of this planet. If you can learn anything from him, it behooves you to take that in.
Sure.
I don't care who you are, how long you've been around. And if Cornetti saw an easier way to produce something, boom. If you learned it from there, awesome. If you learn, whatever, but when you have the most successful promoter in the world, you're literally on his learning tree. You have to listen. You gotta kind of take all that advice in.
And it was great for the guys in Smoky Mountain too, because there again, it made the professional life a little easier.
Well, he was grooming us to be on their TV, because his TV was a mini version of it. So it made the transition to a WWF ring a lot easier, because I had the TV experience from him and the way he put it together, because it's the same model. So it was just, okay, the building got bigger, but everything else is still the same. So,
did you look at your time as Smoky Mountain as perhaps a stepping stool to get to WWF on a full-time basis?
Yeah, that was. I tell everybody that Smoky Mountain was my college education of wrestling. That's where I got my foundation. And yes, you wanted to move forward from that spot. So yes, that was my step up to get to the next level.
And you know what? At a time when the territories were dying, I mean, there really wasn't. It was slim pickings. I mean,
Smoky was one of the last.
Smoky Mountain, and you had Memphis.
Yeah, Smoky, Memphis, and Heartland, and Cincinnati.
And WWF.
And WWF bought that over. Yeah. I mean, there wasn't even a territory in Florida at that time. There was nothing. It was Smoky and Memphis.
What a dead time.
Yeah.
What a dead time. Yeah.
So there really wasn't a lot of places to work. And there's Puerto Rico.
Obviously, right. Puerto Rico, yeah.
Carlos Colon was there, but continental United States. I mean, there was small stuff up in Calgary, but not that much, and there was stuff out in Canada. But
was it full time though?
No, well, most of that was a lot of Canadians. You couldn't go up there for too terribly long and wrestle, because you're not legal to go up there and work.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So you'd go up there for a weekend, and that was it.
And that was it.
Yeah.
Right. All right, wrestling fans, as we continue D'Lo's journey through Smoky Mountain, we remind you, we implore you, there's a reason why I have Mr. Kringle on this fine shirt. We are preparing for our annual Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. It is fantastic. It is phenomenal. It is a way to honor a man that loved our industry as much as Jim Cornette or anyone else we've mentioned on this show. The one and only, pallbearer, the guiding light of The Undertaker, Kane, Mankind. He was the guy that led Ravishing Rick Rude down in Florida. He was the guy that was on World Class Championship Wrestling causing mayhem down in Texas. And he was the guy that helped this organization in so many different ways that I love him like a second dad. So right now, we're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back with more D'Lo Brown on the flip side.
Tickets are on sale now for Soul Survivor 10, Back to the 80s, our live event and fan fest, Saturday, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Head on over to bostonwrestling.com now. On Wednesday, January the 8th, 1986, the World Wrestling Federation was live at the Convention Expo Center in Indianapolis, Indiana. The opening contest, Danny Spivey beat Rene Goulet. My partner in crime, Mr. USA Tony Atlas, with the win over Moondog Spot. Adrian Adonis defeated Bobby Colt. In the main event, Roddy Piper and Cowboy Bob Orton victorious over WWF Intercontinental Champion Tito Santana and Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff via disqualification. Polish Power Ivan Putski beat Les Thornton, and the Hart Foundation with the win over the British Bulldogs. If you were in Indianapolis live, share your memories in the comment section below. Don't forget to check out our eBay store and WWE t-shirt fundraisers, links in the description box below, so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling and keep legends working. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll Journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com. Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. At Survivor Series, it was champion versus champion as WWE Champion Drew McIntyre battled Universal Champion Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman. Get this 11x14 poster autographed by all three men. Limited edition, number 42 of only 50, with authentication hologram on the back of the poster itself. Comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders. Very happy to be joined by the man of the hour, the multi-time WWE Intercontinental European Champion, D'Lo Brown, right now one of the masterminds behind what you're seeing each week, every Thursday night at 8 p.m. on Impact on AXS TV, hashtag. Just an exciting time in pro wrestling, but always fun to revisit what, I think everybody looks at sometimes as the quote-unquote good old days from when they were, younger, even if sometimes the days weren't so good. They might be old days, but
You know, I will tell you, we didn't have a lot of money. There were times, you know, things were rough, but it was one of the most fun times I've ever had in the business, being out there, because you're doing it with your friends, enjoying life, and you're learning your craft. It's like no different than going away to college. You know, college is not full of, you know, peanut butter a lot of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. So, but it's not all, you know, big steak dinners and everything. You know, you struggle, but you get your education, and that's what I did. It was fun. Some of the most fun I ever had was I'll give you an example. We had the Smoky Mountain Flophouse, okay? Morristown, Tennessee. In the house were Walls Mahoney, Bruiser Bedlam, Anthony Michaels, who was Little Snot Dudley.
Oh, okay.
New Jack, Mustafa, myself, Chris Jericho.
Oh my God.
And Lance didn't live there, so there were 7 of us.
Was it a house?
It was a house.
Apartment?
It was a house. There were 7 of us. Rent was $350 a month, and we couldn't make it all the time. And there were 7 of us.
Really?
But
the money was that bad, huh?
Well, in general, everything was, you know, you made by, you know, so it was what it was.
New Jack told the story in one of the interviews that we did, that one of the things that he and Mustafa would do to try and find, instead of spending money on a hotel or whatever it may be, they'd try and go to a nightclub and whatnot and find a rap that had a place of her own, and then they, you know, New Jack would usually room with the woman, and Mustafa would usually stay on the couch.
Yeah,
was the way he put it. But
he was,
you know, smart, I guess, if nothing else, right? It wasn't costing him anything.
No, you got to a town, you hung out, and you found a girl who had her own apartment or place. Yep. And then hopefully you got a connection with her, and every month you come back, you visit there. You know,
and you could have a regular, you know, syndicate. I hate to say, you know, categorize it like that, but almost a syndicate of different ladies that, and you know, a lot of them, well-meaning, a lot of them.
Yeah,
you know, I mean, not every one of them was the proverbial quote-unquote ring rat. A lot of them were just nice ladies that wanted to be around wrestlers.
I mean, I still have some friends today that I met in my time in Tennessee who were just people who liked wrestling. It was no different than hockey, where you have a sponsor family when you move to a town. It's the exact same thing. There's some people who just like to help the wrestlers out, and they'd give you food or they'd bring you drinks, and if you need a place to stay and crash, you can crash their place.
The big thing, help with the laundry.
And always help with the laundry. Always help with the laundry. Laundry.
The laundry was a big thing.
Laundry is always a big
help
thing.
With that.
Yes.
That was a friend. They don't need any other label placed upon them. They help with the laundry.
If you're
Forget about food. The laundry. Yeah. But was the money tight?
Money was tight, but you know, it was what it was. You just knew when you got money, you didn't spend it all, and you put it away, and then you would work a lot trying to get, you know, merchandise sales, or if you had a free day off and you could go to another promotion that was close enough to Smoky Mountain where you could, you know, get a few dollars, then you did that.
Well, you were allowed to work outside of Smoky Mountain
If they were companies that were good with Cornetti.
Oh, okay.
So like, we would go up to the Lestat up in Cincinnati. There'd be a place there in Erlanger, Kentucky. We'd wrestle there. There would be stuff we would go back and forth and would wrestle different places.
Geez, I lost my train of thought for a second. That would almost never happen on this show. But for merchandise sales and whatnot, were you allowed to keep your own gimmick money, or did Smoky Mountain produce its own merch?
A lot of that stuff you're allowed to keep your own merch because we produce it. We'd go buy.
Make like your own 8x10s.
Yes,
or
and then they'd go sell at the merchandise table if they could.
That's a pretty good deal.
So, and then really a lot of times, like guys like the Rock and Roll Express were really good because they would kill it in merchandise. Well, they would come back and they'd go, "Hey, bro, there's $20 or $30 because without the heel, there's no baby face."
Wow, that really says a lot about them.
So they would come back and go, "Here's $30, bro." I did all right at the merch stand. They'd give me, Jack and Stop here, just a couple dollars.
Wow, wasn't that nice?
And they would do that. They would do that occasionally. So, that was another way I saw how professional the business was. It wasn't anymore a hobby now. This was real. This was real.
Kevin Sullivan used to do that with me when he would come up for Tony Rummel during the Nitro era. He would, I guess the phrase would be, borrow a few boxes of T-shirts and NWO stuff, and they know they could trust me with the money and whatnot. And at the end of the night, he'd tip me a few bucks, and he'd say, "Do you want to take a few shirts for you or your friends or whatever?" And the borrowing really didn't cost him anything. So,
right. And
I always appreciated that as a high school kid. I thought I would have done it for free. What I
yeah,
mean?
but that $20 or $30 means a lot.
Yeah,
means a lot.
Yeah, more to me than to him.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, whenever I would do independent stuff and I would sell a lot of merch, I would always get someone local there, and then have them sell my merch. And at the end, I would just go, "Here, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time and effort." And you didn't have to do that. But that's learning a lesson. You pay it forward.
Kindness goes a long way in this industry, as I've found. There are times it will let you down.
Yes.
But I think there are a lot of times, as I think maybe before we did that live autograph signing, or maybe during it, but I said, you know what? In this industry, with probably 95 to 99% of the guys, if you're genuinely kind to them, you treat them with respect, and you honor your word, they're going to treat you the same way back.
Absolutely right.
That's why I hate when people like Tony Atlas is one that is always negative about, if you leave this business with, 2 or 3 friends, you should consider yourself lucky. I don't look at it like that way at all. I think you can make a lot of great friends in this industry. They might not be people that you go to Applebee's with, a couple of times a month and hang out with, but in almost something like the Cauliflower Alley Club, you might see them once a year, or if they don't attend every year, you just, when you do see them, you are so happy to see them, and it's like you pick up like you did a week, like you just saw them a week ago. And I think that's one of the great things about wrestling.
Wrestlers are a weird breed. I can go 5 years without seeing anybody, and then walk into a room, and it's like we were together 5 minutes ago.
Well, look at how long it's been since you did some shows for us. Right. I mean, we just picked up just like us doing these shows. Yeah.
I think when you can tell who people are, if they're kind and genuine people, you can tell.
Yeah.
And I tend to flock to those type of people. So when they're around me, I feel it. I'm vibing with it. You feel comfortable. Let's go. Let's have fun.
Yeah.
So,
well, I like that we think the same way on that. November of 1994 in the world of Smoky Mountain Wrestling. Lance Storm was finishing up.
Yes.
He had his final match, and he had his final Smoky Mountain Wrestling match with D'Lo Brown. You have memories of maybe not particularly that match if you don't remember much about it, but just Lance and working with Lance in general.
I remember working with Lance. He was really, really good even back then, and he was very giving and wanted to make sure that that the match was the important thing for both of us. And it was cool watching him and having him put the match together, and then inviting me in to help put it together with him. And then we went out there and we worked well together. We had a good chemistry in the ring, and we worked seamlessly. And I remember him thanking me at the end of it, and the next time we saw each other, we were in WWE.
Did you guys work in WWE at all? I know if you did, it probably wasn't anything too meaningful.
It wasn't, and I think at that point we were ships in the night. Like we were in the same building, but but we would be there all the time.
Yeah.
Because when he went to WCW, then when WCW came up to us, he came up with them, and then it was not too long after I left, and he continued on.
Yeah. So if you did do anything, it might have been a heat match.
It might have been a heat match.
Something very forgettable.
Yeah, it wasn't anything over the top.
But you enjoyed the Smoky Mountain version.
Oh yeah, it was cool because he was the youngest good guy I'd ever been in the ring with, like talent. Up until that point, it was Ricky and Robert, Tracy Smothers, Dirty White Boy. It was older talent, so he was the one. He was my age, so it was cool to be in there. With someone,
guys are right around
yeah,
the same
it'd be
age?
cool to be in there with someone my age and going out there and having a good match. So,
I always liked Lance Storm's work an awful lot. I just think, if anything else, it was the lack of personality that kind of held him back from being a top of the card type superstar.
But his lack of personality became his gimmick.
I think anytime you try and encourage the fans to chant boring, you're not helping the cause.
Yeah,
I never understood that one.
I'll give you that. But I used to always say when he would say, I love when he would say, "Let me be serious for a minute."
Yeah, that was funny.
I used to
That
love
was
that.
funny.
And he was saying this in this very deadpan way. If I could be serious for a moment.
About as serious as you're ever going to get to begin with.
Yes.
And then he needs to toss that in. That was funny.
I thought that was entertaining.
One I thought was very interesting, very unique. Just a couple of days after WrestleMania 11 in Hartford, Connecticut, fresh off the victory of King Kong Bundy, The Undertaker came to Smoky Mountain for a couple of shots just a couple of days later, which is almost unheard of nowadays. But revenge was needed on these gangsters, and the man that they called in was the man with the cape and the dark hat, and I'm pretty sure Paul Bearer came with him too for that.
Came with him, yes.
Your memories of The Undertaker coming to Smoky Mountain Wrestling to help, I think it was Bob Armstrong, seek revenge.
Yeah, Bob Armstrong, Trace Smothers.
On
the gangsters.
On the gangsters, yeah. What was going on?
Bro, it was, that was like when Cornetti first said, we're bringing in Undertaker. I think it was the Bluegrass Brawl, because it was in Johnson City, Tennessee, and then Pikeville, Kentucky the next day, I believe. And when he said he was bringing him in and he was going to work us, man, that is like the ultimate pat on the back. Like, you know what, we can trust you because we're going to bring in this high-level talent in to work with you here. And we were so excited. And the best part were like doing the vignettes leading to it. There was the famous cemetery graveyard one was awesome. And then to get in there that night, I remember first night, I remember Taker walked up behind me. I knew he was behind me, so I did the old, and oh please, and luckily for him, his hair was down because he went like he laughed.
Yeah.
He giggled, but it was fun. It was incredible being there to ring with him, and then it was great because that exposed him to me. So when I came up to the roster a couple years later, he was already familiar with me and my work. So he was very forgiving and giving when it came to interactions we would have because he was familiar with what I was capable of doing.
In your memories of a man that we talk about constantly on the show, Paul Bearer being coming along to try and add to the ambiance of the matches.
Uncle Paul was one of the kindest, sweetest, most dearest souls this business and world has ever had in it. He'd give you the shirt off his back. He'd tell you about Hank Williams all night long. And he was just, he was a blessing to have him in my life even for a short amount of time.
Well, we miss him every day, that's for sure. One thing we always like to do when we talk about the different territories and the unique personalities, that almost the name game, so to speak. Maybe short story, long story, little opinion, big opinion, but different personalities you encountered in the world of Smoky Mountain before we hit the time out. What about a great guy that I always thought added so much to the NWA's soundtrack, Bob Caudle?
Bob Caudle was, I worked with him just a couple times at the beginning. I loved him as a voice. I grew up listening to him, knew the game, knew it well, and could tell a story. Yes.
Les Thatcher.
Oh.
You talk about a great mind for wrestling.
I was going to say a savant. Like, he's a wrestling savant. Like, he knew this business. And if he were going to stop and give you a lesson, stop whatever you were doing, sit down, fold your hands, and learn.
I don't know if it's the most PC thing to say at the Cauliflower Alley Club reunion, but I think the CAC lost something when Les used to do a free seminar for the independent guys with Harley Race over the course of 2 or 3 days every year leading up to the independent show they got. It was the funniest thing. We've mentioned your buddy Warbeard Hanson Ivar, whose hair you cut in the MWF in years past, but the first time I brought Todd with me to one of these, I don't know if he had gone to a Subway or something like that for lunch, but Les and I had this very animated conversation about, I guess, things we hated in wrestling. And when he walked in, he thought we were having an argument when in reality it was just a great conversation about pro wrestling. But I mean, you know what? Maybe Les Thatcher is a far less angry version of Jim Cornette in the way he presents things on social media and whatnot. But what a great mind for the industry.
He has a way, an opinion, and a view of how the business should be, and he'll stick to his guns, and he will die on that hill. That's what he believes in, and I'm sorry, it's worked for a long time.
He can be a little salty too.
He can, but that's
not in Cornette's.
No, not quite.
Not that much salt.
But I don't take it as salty. I take it as passion.
Yeah.
That's
passion. How I look at it.
It's his passion for the business.
Yeah. Another one before we hit the break, as we continue to go the comedy route, the Smoky Mountain Wrestling version of Jim Ross.
Oh, JR back then was amazing. He's always been good to me my entire career, but it was cool hearing him. You know, he would walk around and go, "Hey, what do I need to know about you to put on the broadcast?" So he would do his homework. He cared enough because he wanted his presentation was going to be the most accurate presentation he could have out there. So I'll forever be a JR fan.
Yeah, and then you worked a heck of a lot with him in WWF as he provided the soundtrack to a good portion of your career there. Right now, wrestling fans, we're going to take a brief time out, catch you up on things going on in the world of the Cauliflower Rally Club, how you can join, as well as non-stop endeavors to help trying to keep professional wrestling legends working. We'll be back on the flip side. Stand by.
Wrestling fans, on Royal Rumble Saturday, January the 29th, things are getting a little dirty. That's right. Joining us live in studio for the very first time will be our longtime friend, the legendary Zeb Coulter, a.k.a. Dirty Dutch Mantel. Dutch will be with us all weekend for Wrestling Insider tapings, Patreon watch-alongs, live episodes, and cyber autograph signings. Plus, Dutch will be watching the Royal Rumble with us. For more information and autograph photos, head on over to BostonWrestling.com. Wrestling fans looking for the perfect holiday gift? Discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts are on sale now. Join WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more 1980s legends to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Meet the wrestling icons up close and personal in an autograph and photo fan fest. Then get ready as the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow take part in a night of white-hot in-ring action. Discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for a limited time at bostonwrestling.com. Join us for a professional wrestling reunion decades in the making, April the 16th.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
MJ in the house.
Future WWE Hall of Famer, mind you. Let me tell you this.
I'm not in there yet?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
But you will be.
I will.
You know Sean wants to be the first three-timer.
Three-timer, yeah.
There you go. Let me tell you, you enjoy the in-studio shoot interviews 4 times a week. It isn't cheap to put these productions together, folks. We need your help.
No, because they got to pay me.
Coronavirus has killed the nightlife in a lot of ways. We are night owls, Marty and I, but that's a different story for a different time. One way you can help is to check out the great merchandise we have in the Boston Wrestling eBay store. It is perfect for any wrestling man cave or any collection.
That's right. Check it out.
On October 28th, 2020, wrestling's scariest night was back with WWE NXT Halloween Havoc. This limited edition collector's autograph poster is number 12 of only 100 produced and is signed by all 9 superstars featured on the poster, including Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Candice LeRae, Io Shirai, Dexter Lumis, Cameron Grimes, Rhea Ripley, Raquel Gonzalez, and your Halloween Havoc host, Shotzi Blackheart. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the back. You'll also receive an on-air thank you from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus mystery autograph photo. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible now.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders as we wrap up another great episode of great wrestling talk with a great man in this business, still contributing after his full-time in-ring televised days at W. You know what? You're in still pretty good enough shape. I can see you getting back in there again.
No, my body hurts way too much now. I'm good being on the other side of the camera.
You think you've had your retirement match?
Well, it's wrestling. Never say
never. You never say never.
The word never does exist in wrestling. Just,
you're not planning on it.
I'm not planning on it.
There you go. He's not planning on it. But let's continue. I love to play the name game. You never know what little stories and little anecdotes you might pick up about people that you'd never hear otherwise. One guy we talked an awful lot about after he passed, and I learned so much about with different legends that we had come to the studio and different stars we had come to the studio. Bob Armstrong.
One of the coolest dudes. I love the entire Armstrong family. I think at some point I put the entire Armstrong family over, including Mama Armstrong. But Bob you'd go out there and he was so cool because you'd have this match. You could feel his star power in the ring. And then he would come back and he would pull you aside and he would break it down for you. And he'd break the match down and go, you did this. And he would never, it wasn't demeaning. He would be like, you did this. How about try this next time? Okay. And he would really, really, really give you, so then when you would get in the ring with him the next time, you could see if you paid attention to what he was saying, you could tell he knew. You know, you could tell, and he just, it was good being around him. So, Bullet Bob, I miss you. I love you. Thank you for all the lessons.
And you know, one kind of general consensus I think a lot of the guys would come to is that he loved the area that he lived in.
Mm-hmm.
He loved being there. If he kind of branched out from that area, he might have become a much, much bigger superstar than he actually was for all of the great contributions that he did give to the sport.
Yeah, I mean, he could have translated on a national level easy.
Yeah.
Easy. He was solid, and he was tough as nails. Legit tough as nails.
And what about a guy along the Armstrong route that I think was one of the more, again, underrated talents of his generation from what I see just on WCW television? His son, Brad Armstrong, who was a Smoky Mountain regular for a bit.
Not knowing what the definition of the word work was, I always, when I watch him on TV, knew that kid was special. Like, he was just on a different level. He moved differently. Later on in life, I realized that he could work better than other people. He just had a better ring presence. I don't know why he never translated to a larger level. I don't know why. I look at him, and he had the look. He could talk. He could move. He had everything to be a star, a superstar.
So smooth.
It's too smooth almost. It was like watching silk blow in the wind. It was just that easy.
Let me ask your opinion on this, because it ain't come up a few times. A lot of guys would say in the locker room, he had this large, fun, funny personality, but for whatever the reason, it never translated in a pro wrestling ring.
And that sometimes people don't, their charisma doesn't leave the locker room. I mean, a guy like Dean Malenko is funny as hell in the locker room. You know, and I think Road Dogg was the opposite of Brad, where he's just funny all the time, and then you get in the ring and he's even more funny. So he took it to another level. But I wonder, maybe that was it, that lack of personality. But then put him with a manager and go.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
Brock Lesnar didn't have the greatest personality, but
right.
he makes a.
He's done all right for himself.
He's done all right for himself.
He's done all right for himself. He's earned more in a year than some people. Some rosters have earned in there.
He earned more. He's probably earned more this past weekend than most rosters.
Dear Lord, you know, and hey, good for him to be able to
good
get
on
it,
him,
right?
Good on him, yes.
Good for him to be able to get it. I know you mentioned a little bit about some of their generosity with the merchandise and so on, but some folks that you worked with an awful lot. The Rock and Roll Express, Ricky Morton and Robert Gibson.
Two of the best people to be around. Ricky and Robert, they're another ones who would take time to teach you, particularly because we were in the ring with them every night, so they wanted to make sure timing was down and the rhythm was good. But they would take time and pull you apart and pull you over and go, hey, this. When we did this, try this next time. Yes. And then when you do, you'd be like, holy snap, that was good. And you did see Ricky go, hey, because he had that little giggle. And I remember one time, you know, the rock and roll chant, rock and roll. It was a big chant, right? So I remember Robert going like this, goes, hey, watch this. And he goes, rock and roll, right? And the crowd starts going. And in the middle of that, he starts chanting, we're so old. We're so old. But the people are still chanting rock and roll. And I'm sitting there going, you're gonna make me laugh in front of all these people right now, because he was trying to have fun and entertain. So both of them are good guys. If I saw them right now, I'd walk up and hug them and kiss them both on the cheek right now.
You know, as we continue to go through some of these great names, as someone that didn't get to see much Smoky Mountain, it seems like such a great mix of young guys cutting their teeth in the business around such a great group of grizzled veterans that knew the industry so well. Cornette, it seems like, again, for all the people that knock him for certain opinions that he has about wrestling in 2021, he certainly had a pretty good vision for what he would have liked Smoky Mountain to have been during what was a dead time in the industry as a whole, you know?
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, Cornette really had a good roster that was, as you appropriately pointed out, was a mixture of all different generations of the business, and that was intentional because he wanted us young kids to learn from the vets. And if you go back and look, I mean, Smoky Mountain was the first developmental territory, because if you look at the list of guys who have come from there, it would take me an hour to list all the talent that have shown up on WWF or WCW TV that all went through Smoky Mountain in its existence. He knew what he wanted. He had a vision, and he executed the plan, and he gave a lot of people their first break and a great start in this business.
I think WWF should consider itself very lucky that Cornette didn't want to work with anyone in WCW other than Bill Watts, because you got to remember, that was the first exposure I ever had to Smoky Mountain was on WCW TV.
Yeah, that's right, because they worked with them, and then Bill Watts got let go.
And then Cornette said, bye-bye, no Eric Bischoff.
And then Cornette came and worked for Vince right after that, and that's when he was going back and forth between Smokey and Vince, and that's, I mean, yes, there's a lot of people who are very lucky. I think the business is lucky, but there's a lot of talent, including myself, who are lucky that he had that relationship.
And you talk about almost developmental. How about these two folks, Chris Candido and Tammy Sitch?
Chris, I've known for a long time, and he's one of the most genuine.
Jersey guy, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's another Monster Factory guy.
Oh, really?
Yes. Okay. Another one of those guys who he knew this business inside out. To be so young, he was very learned about the ins and outs of pro wrestling. And Tammy was just a natural from day one. You didn't know she was going to be the level of star she became. You just knew she was going to be a star. But she had that it factor before other women had that it factor. You know, she was the first diva. So, two good friends of mine, I could definitely call Tammy right now and say, hey, we probably talked for 2 hours. And Chris, I miss him and I love him.
And you look at the landscape of pro wrestling today, how much of a bigger star would Chris Candido have been in 2021 when we talk about size?
He was ahead of his time.
Yeah,
too,
exactly.
His level of work would have mixed in perfectly with a Daniel Bryan or a CM Punk, or he would fit into today's construct of the business perfectly. Like he was ahead of his time, because he was having matches like that in '94.
Mid-90s?
Yes, in '94, because he had that mixture of Japanese and lucha, and then the ground and pound. He had all that, and he was way ahead of his time. But yeah, he would fit in perfectly in today's world.
And you talk about a sad loss, the way he passed away. Just trying to get home on an airplane.
Just
for it to turn into what it turned into.
A freak accident with he had the leg broken and carved blood clot from altitude, which you don't think that's a possibility. You don't think. I mean, flying on an airplane is one of the safest things we do. It's safer than driving.
Yeah.
Airplanes to me are like buses.
Sure is. Yeah.
They're like a bus to me. I just get on them and go.
Yeah. I feel much safer in an airplane than a car.
Oh, I do too.
How often do you hear about an airplane crash compared to a car crash?
Yes, and there's when you're on the highway, there's 10,000 cars that can hit you.
Every time you're on the highway.
Yep, there's 10,000 cars that can hit you. Up there, if another plane hits you, that's a really really catastrophic. Like, so yeah.
And it's good to see that, with all the troubles that she's had, that Sonny's out of jail again, and hopefully she'll, continue to find a better path in life. And, I still think she can contribute to wrestling in a different way. You talk about someone that, a strong personality, but someone that, not to knock the women, but someone that, from a female point of view, in my interactions with her, I thought she really got it.
Yes, and I think just like younger male talent need those elder statesmen to teach them the ways of the world, I think Sonny can contribute in a lot of ways. I hope that she gets an opportunity to show what she can do, because she knows the business very well.
And just hopefully that her life continues to go in
And that's
swing
the important thing is to keep a positive life for her and move
whether
forward.
she's in wrestling, out of wrestling,
Whatever it is,
just the life stays good.
Yes,
So
that's
she
all
doesn't
you worry
wind up
about.
on a negative. Yeah. What about you talk about guys that had famous valets? A man that made a pit stop in Smoky Mountain that we lost. I didn't even realize how young it was until I was prepping for this. Hot Stuff Eddie Gilbert.
Wow.
I'm talking early 30s passed away.
Yeah,
I didn't realize it was quite that. Maybe it's because I was young when it happened, but my gosh, I didn't realize he was that young.
He's another one. He was like a shooting star. Like he burned bright, but burned out fast. But man, could he flat out just wrestle? Could he could piss a crowd off in 3 sentences. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't care. You didn't have to know who Eddie Gilbert was. He could walk out to the arena, and within 3 minutes, you're either booing him out of the building or you're ready to fight with him. You know what I'm saying? You're ready to cheer him on and be. He was good. He was damn good.
Even if you were the dad that brought your kid to the show that had zero interest in wrestling, seeing him come out and do his thing, he was going to piss you off.
Yes, he was going to get under your skin, and he was going to make you remember his name even if you didn't know it when you walked in the building.
And we talk about passed away in 1995 at the age of 33. Look at how young he was when he was on the NWA booking committee.
Yeah, and that says a lot about him.
I mean, come on.
But he came from a wrestling family.
Yep.
And his brother was a wrestler, his father was a referee. So
his dad wrestled too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. Tommy Gibbs. Yeah. So he'd been in it, and then he'd been professional for in his mid-teens, right? So he'd been around for a long time by the time he passed. So that's why it seemed longer than what it. That's why it felt like he was older than what it was.
Yeah.
It's like Jeff Jarrett.
Yeah.
Jeff Jarrett's another one.
And he's really not that old of a guy.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
I mean, he's right around my age, and he's got probably 10 years or more ring time than I do. But he'd been around, and just doing this since the time he was knee high to a grasshopper.
Yeah. Probably right around my age when I got involved with him, if not younger. Because look at it, even his grandmother was involved.
His grandmother's promoter. His father was a promoter. He's third generation. So I mean, he grew up in this life. So he's been, it's about wrestling since the day he came out. He was born since he came out.
Well, we got a ton more names to go through, but I got the signal from Captain Lou that unfortunately we have to start the wrap-up. I'll throw one more at you.
Okay.
What about, we talk about developmental, my dear Lord, what about a young, who fans may not recognize by this name, Unabomb?
Oh!
A heck of a guy.
Glenn Jacobs, a.k.a. Kane. He and I bonded in Smoky Mountain, and it's a friendship we still have today. You can call him Mr. Mayor. He's the mayor of Knox County, Tennessee. And one of the most intelligent men I've ever been around. One of the most genuine souls you could ever be around. And just don't be intimidated by him or his size. He's a sweetheart, and he always has been, always will be.
Percy Paul Bearer always said, of all his men, he was the easiest that he ever had to work with. Just so pleasant, so easy, never an issue, never a worry. Always on time, always very professional. Mm-hmm. He loved working with Kane in WWF.
Just an amazing guy. I introduced him, little known fact, I introduced Glenn Jacobs to his wife, Crystal. I did that.
Let me tell you this. I have seen pictures of the two of them together. You talk about a size difference.
Oh, yeah. She's an itty bitty.
I mean, even for the average man, I think she'd be kind of considered a little lady.
She's an itty bitty,
Yeah.
And when you're 6'9", everybody's itty bitty.
Everybody's itty bitty to begin with, never mind a little lady.
Right.
All right, wrestling fans, if you love episodes like this, stories like this, the good news is we're going to be back with more. But let us know. We have the premiere chat going right now. If you're watching during the kickoff to this episode, the super chat button is always open. Leave us a comment in the comment section below if you're not watching live. A thumbs up if you're enjoying all this great wrestling talk, goes a long way. And you can subscribe to the YouTube channel for free. We have over 2,000 free videos for your professional wrestling enjoyment. Both our in-ring, MWF Live Wrestling, and these great talk shows. For the veteran D'Lo Brown, I'm still Dan Marotti, unfortunately. We'll be back with another episode of Wrestling Insiders soon. You and yours be well, stay healthy. Good night from Las Vegas.
Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
MJ in the house.
Future WWE Hall of Famer, mind you. Let me tell you this.
I'm not in there yet?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
But you will be.
I will.
You know Sean wants to be the first three-timer.
Three-timer,
yeah.
yeah.
There you go. Let me tell you, you enjoy the in-studio shoot interviews 4 times a week. It isn't cheap to put these productions together, folks. We need your help.
No, because they got to pay me.
Coronavirus has killed the nightlife in a lot of ways. We are night owls, Marty and I, but that's a different story for a different time. One way you can help is to check out the great merchandise we have in the Boston Wrestling eBay store. It is perfect for any wrestling man cave or any collection.
That's right. Check it out.
At Night of Champions 2020, Tribal Chief Roman Reigns successfully defended the WWE Universal Championship against his cousin, Jey Uso, in a must-see battle. Here is your chance to own a piece of Roman Reigns' moments before battle on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster, direct from friends at WWE. It's number 19 of only 50 made. Includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing and matting. You'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo in an on-air shout-out on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this ultra-rare Roman Reigns autograph poster now. Friends, did you enjoy D'Lo? Let us know. We need to know who you want more of on Wrestling Insiders. Again, apologize for the audio issues we had with the D'Lo, Godfather, and Kevin Sullivan episodes. We had a quote-unquote professional from AML Uncreative ruined the productions, and that was before he lit thousands of dollars on fire, ruining our annual Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks toy drive, a complete piece of garbage with no character and integrity, but I've already spoken about that. Fans, more important than ever, we need you to join the Boston Wrestling Patreon family. Believe me, we need to get Marty Jannetty rocking and rolling in this studio. There's so many superstars that want to join us and tell their stories. Again, on the Patreon, you get the early, full-screen, ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders. Our world-renowned studio shoot interview DVD library is seen by millions of fans online, millions more on The Howard Stern Show, Patreon exclusives, and more. Again, join the Patreon family, patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. We have some brand new exclusives on Patreon for you guys to enjoy. The Berzerker breaks down a WWF Championship match he had against Bret Hart. And then on New Year's Day, we kicked off 2022 with Demolition Axe and another Patreon exclusive as he watched Demolition win the WWF Tag Team titles for the first time from Strikeforce at WrestleMania 4. Up next, it's our brand new series.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome to yet another Wrestling Insiders
Welcome.
Throwback Thursday. Dan Marotti along with you, a new Thursday night host with the most, the Berzerker, John Nord. John, I hope you had a happy New Year's Eve, New Year's Day.
Oh, I did. You know, I laid low New Year's Eve because it ain't what it used to be. You know, who gets hammered on New Year's Eve unless you're a young man and then you do it. But those young man deals are over. But yes, I did. Thank you. New Year's Day was awesome. A bunch of food. How about yours?
Did you invite your neighbor in the wheelchair over?
I did. How did you know
Really?
about that?
And how was she? Was she all right? Or
She was nuts.
she was, well, she always is. But
She's nuts, effing this, effing that. She's nuts. But yeah, I did. I tried to be above myself, my faults, and invite her over, which I did. And not patting myself on the back. It kind of sucked, but I did it.
all right. Well, it just shows you are a good man with a good heart.
Well,
And the taller of the two.
I hope the good Lord thinks I am. I hope so.
All right. Well, new year, new series. If you a new two Wrestling Insiders Throwback Thursdays. I know it may come as a culture shock where we're only a couple of episodes in. Marty Jannetty was our Thursday night host. Season 1 has come to an end. You know, almost like when those shows climax in the spring and they take the summer off. But I'm sure we're going to be seeing Marty again before it's all said and done, as he has many more stories to share with us. But so excited about the feedback we've been getting from John. If you're watching during the premiere on Thursday nights at 10, please type your thoughts in the premiere chat or after the fact in the description box below. As we continue to note, those super chats, they go a long way. We got to keep the lights on. We got to keep the studio folk happy.
Yes,
we
sir.
got to bring John in. Those airplanes and hotels, they ain't free. So a lot of work goes into making these productions happy. But we're really happy that in just a few weeks, we're planning on having you back live.
Thank you. Thank
Well-
you. I plan on coming and just don't let me down, kid.
Hey, isn't that a song?
Something like that.
Something like that. I don't know.
Something
We have to
like
talk to
Somebody
the
said something.
Quincy Rastani, our music aficionado.
Yeah. Could have been Max Steiner or somebody.
But I'll throw another funny one. Now that we're back into the world of the World Wrestling Federation, that was 1991, a man that we talked about quite a bit already in these first few episodes debuted at the TV tapings just a couple of weeks after you, the man right here in the center of this table. Percy Pringle III, who you probably knew as a blonde-haired guy down in Texas. He had quite the makeover when he came to the WWF, as taking Brother Love's place as the manager of The Undertaker. Your first thought when you saw him dressed up looking like that?
I am so glad because I couldn't remember when he started. I thought he was always with The Undertaker. He wasn't.
Well, in WWF he was. But I mean, when he was in World Class in Florida, when he had the blonde hair, he was with Rick Rude and Matt Ford and Buzz Sawyer. But in WWF, he started with Undertaker, and they were together for 6 years before he turned on him.
Wow.
So they had a great run,
Yeah, they had a great run. I don't know. Where are we going?
Did you know him in Texas?
Yeah, I did. I worked with Texas. I'll tell you why. Frank Goodish had the book in Texas, okay? And we worked with a guy named Tank somebody, huge guy. But anyways, Brody thought he'd go. Frank was going as Red River Jack, okay? I remember doing an interview in Texas back then going, Kevy and Mikey Von Erich's new names are Itsy and Bitsy. Okay, and then all of a sudden Frank comes up to me and goes, Those are the boss's sons. Don't call them Bitsy and Bitsy. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, yep.
It always goes, that's what you got to watch out in pro wrestling. So anyways, it went by pretty quick. We hit a bunch of small towns, blue Texas and this and that. Very uneventful, very not well paying. Then I got a chance for the World Championship in Texas Stadium with Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
And Kevin we had a good match, and Kevin, I think, won on DQ, or did he pin? I don't know, but anyways, there was about 10,000 people there, I think. It wasn't no 50,000, 60. I'll tell you what happened is I go into the dressing room, and Fritz came in, and Fritz goes, well, I just wanted you to know. Shakes my hand like this, his hands all. I just wanted you to know that's one of the finest matches I've ever seen. Thank you. So I was supposed to get an apartment with Lynn Denton, the grappler, who is one of the greatest guys in this whole business, one of the best guys you'll ever meet, one of the most honest, one of the funnest, one of the best guys to have on here. He's got that Texas accent. He's going to get a little ahead of you a little. But, so that night, I'm thinking, okay, should I come back here? I got a family back there, and I'm making more money selling cars than my dad's lot. So I never came back. And Brody, at the same time, quit the book. Oh. And we didn't know that he quit the book, and I quit too. We didn't even know we did the same thing. So I'm at home, and I was all set up to win the belt from Kevin.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
And I didn't come back. And 10,000 people, you know what Fritz sent me in the mail for the payoff?
I've heard they were pretty bad.
$600.
Wow.
Yeah, and me and Frank didn't talk for 6 months maybe. And I go, God, I thought you were mad at me. He goes, brother. You know, Frank, brother, I thought you were mad at me. Because he knew what a shitty payoff I got. He was the booker. We went through all that shit for $600. That's the horse shit part about pro wrestling. They don't tell you what you're gonna make. You gotta just take what they're gonna make. Now, if you walk up to them before and say, listen, this has gotta be a good one, a good payoff, otherwise I gotta go. And they just might say go. See, I mean, it's a quandrum, you know? You just don't know what you're gonna get. And anyways, so me and Frank ended up doing some outlaw shows, one for Windy City Promotions, one in Little Falls, Minnesota. That could have been the worst match in all of history of mankind.
Why is that?
Because of Frank. Frank, we only made $500 each. We traveled from my dad's car lot 3 hours north up in Minnesota in a small town. The house was average, high school, you know. And Frank just got kind of his attitude, just went, oh, shit, fuck this. Let's go home now. I said, it's too early. We haven't did nothing. So the guy that ran the show came up in the locker room. He walked in. He says, what's the deal? What happened? I said, I don't know. Go ask Frank. You know, he's the ring general, which he was. Mm-hmm. He was a ring general. Of all the guys in this business, everyone, including anybody, Danny Hodge, Ric Flair, any of them, the biggest ring general, the guy that knows exactly how to put it together, the puzzle of a great match, is Frank Goodish.
Really?
Absolutely. He is a ring general. That's the term that wrestlers use. You know, if you say the word ring general, a wrestler will look at you like, hey, you know what you're talking about, you know. Anyways.
Why did he want to cut the night so short? Did he have a particular reason?
I think he just wanted to get the hell out of there.
Oh,
I
all
think he had stuff on his mind. I don't know if he was in it, but I remember driving back, and we ended up running into a buddy of mine, and we ended up going to a pig roast on the way back in the middle of nowhere, and we got so hammered. He called me 4 days later. He goes, brother, I was never so sick. I can never do that again, ever. I was so, hungover. And I was the same, so hungover, and it made you not want to drink ever again. Oh, my God.
And for
but
you to
anyways,
say that,
yeah.
Any memories, anything that stood out about Percy Pringle when you knew him back then?
Percy?
You know,
what I
love the
remember,
stories.
he was just one of the best guys you ever met.
Mm-hmm.
He was top shelf. And matter of fact, I called him top shelf.
Did you?
Yeah. I said, Percy, you are top shelf. Matter of fact, I'm going to call you top shelf because you are. And he was just, you don't find a better guy than him. He minds his own business. He's grateful as hell.
Mm-hmm.
He somehow knew he might pass away early. And he did. And it was kind of eerie, but I think he knew. You know what I mean? I think he kind of knew. And
he was a very morbid individual to begin with because of his background in mortuary science.
I know.
Yeah.
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 See? You're right. That double insures it.
Yeah, his last few years were interesting because after his wife passed away, him and I would speak, even if not on the phone, text or email almost every day.
Really? That's cool.
He was such a huge help to everything we did, which is why we try and remember him and carry his legacy on. There's so many of the guys.
That is cool.
So many of the guys that pass away, they do a video montage and then they forget about them. I don't want that to be him.
Cool.
I want him to be remembered.
Good job.
We do what we can. We do what we can.
I concur, and Percy, I love you.
Did you think it was funny to see him with such a different look? I remember as a kid, just as a fan, being, wait a minute, that's Percy Pringle. And now he's got the dark hair and the dark mustache and the little...
You're right. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I did think he looked a little, but he had such a look anyway that you could have painted him pink. That
you weren't going to forget that face.
Yeah, that face is only a mother could love. And and what a guy. That's the point. What a guy.
All right. Well, you know what? Again, he'll always he's in the opening of every one of our shows we do. So he's always with us in some way, shape, or form, in some spirit, which I think is nice. More early happenings when you were in the WWF. Ultimate Warrior just dropped the WWF World title to Sergeant Slaughter. Did you think, in your opinion, Warrior had what it took to be the guy for WWF?
No, I don't.
And why is that?
Because he was immature.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted his own locker room. He wouldn't even dress with the guys. He hadn't really paid that many dues. He was in Texas, and Frank Brody chopped him in the locker room when he was sitting in a chair. Just boom. And Frank goes, I wish I was working with you tonight. I would kick your ass.
And what was the issue?
The issue was he wasn't obeying what the promoter wanted. Okay? And that's a true story. So anyways, I'm not hating on Ultimate Warrior. I'm sure he was a great guy. I did not know him personally. I know him a little bit in outside the ring, not much. But the point is he wanted to do everything his way, have his own dressing room. Oh, I don't think that would look good if I did that in the ring. I think I should use this paint. And the office said, why don't you wear white tights? I think I should wear black. Always go in the opposite. You got friends.
Yeah.
We all got friends
that are like
you
that.
say, hey, the sky is blue. Not really, it's kind of gray. Oh, we're going to play that game all day.
Funny Marty story that he told about Warrior. He'd say when the guys would go by to shake his hands when they got to the building, he'd shake it, and then when they'd walk away, he'd go, fuck you. They'd shake it, you'd go, fuck you, shake it, go, fuck you. Marty caught on to it, and he'd sneak back and look at him as he did it. Do you ever remember him doing anything like that?
Yeah. Nobody liked the Warrior.
Did he just have a miserable outlook on everything, or what was the story, John?
He was so self-centered.
Yeah.
Here's the thing that don't fly in life, period. You got it? Listen, self-centeredness. Self-centeredness sucks.
Yeah.
Ted DiBiase, the Warrior, the most self-centered people. It's
look
brutal.
Look at the trouble Ted and his family are in right now. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but
I heard.
Dear God.
Yeah, I heard.
Millions of dollars.
Millions. Well, you know what? And here's the thing: is Ted? I've seen a couple of his sermons, and he starts out. I just had to get that out of my system. No, Ted, you're doing it because you want to stay over in wrestling and involve it in the church. Okay? Keep the church separate from wrestling and be humble.
Not like the Sheik humble.
Not like the Sheik humble. That's
All
a
right.
different humble.
All right, wrestling fans, right now we're going to take a brief timeout. Hopefully you'll be humble and join us after this brief timeout.
Thank you.
Tickets are on sale now for Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, our live event and fan fest Saturday, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Head on over to bostonwrestling.com now. The World Wrestling Federation was live at the New Haven Coliseum in New Haven, Connecticut, Thursday, January the 8th, 1987. In the opening contest, the Honky Tonk Man beat S.D. Jones. Mike Rotundo and Danny Spivey battled the Islanders to a double disqualification. Dino Bravo victorious over Pedro Morales. King Harley Race defeated Coco Beware. Billy Jack Haynes with the win over the Natural Butch Reed. WWF Tag Team Champion Davey Boy Smith and CV Afi, replacing the Dynamite Kid, retained the titles over the Hart Foundation. And in the main event, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat beat the WWF Intercontinental Champion Macho Man Randy Savage via disqualification. If you were in New Haven live, share your memories in the comment section below. Keep Wrestling Legends working in a rebate store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll Journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view, watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com. Wrestling fans, get ready for a weekend of the unpredictable as the Berzerker, John Nord, returns to MWF Studios in Melrose the weekend of Saturday, January the 22nd. Wrestling Insider Throwback Thursday tapings, live episodes, watch-alongs, cyber autograph signings, and more. Boston Wrestling Patreon fans can meet the Berzerker for free. For more information and mail order info, head on over to thebostonwrestling.com super site now. Don't miss the Berzerker, January 22nd. Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insider's Throwback Thursday. Again, if you're new to the series, while the Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty season has ended, it's a whole new series starting out on Thursday night with the Berzerker John Nord. We're having a hell of a lot of fun here as we kick off 2022.
Wow.
2022.
I didn't think I'd be alive this year.
Well, hopefully you're going to be with us many, many years beyond this, John. Come on.
Thank you, brother. And double back at you.
Thank you.
Because you are a good man.
Well, I appreciate it. I try.
Serious good
All I
man.
can do is try. I'm not going to be perfect, but
no,
try.
Neither am I, and that's why we're together, because we're two unperfect people.
There you go. The only person perfect here is John C. Manicus Riley.
Absolutely.
Now, let me ask you this. We mentioned New Year's resolutions. Would one of your resolutions be to maybe try and grow your hair out as long as his?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. That's a long shot. Yeah. Because listen, sometimes, you know, when I did have it long, I'd walk into a store and I'd walk like Sasquatch, and people would get scared and go, "Here's your change."
You think that happens to him when he goes into the supermarket?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. They'll give you your change, John C.
John C., if you get a chance to go through the box of the pictures that we're going to be using for the toy drive tonight, there's a couple of John in there with hair kind of like yours.
Yeah.
But back to the World Wrestling Federation 1991, a couple of old peers of yours. I don't know if you'd consider them friends, but from back in the AWA, Sergeant Slaughter and General Adnan, the former Sheik Adnan Al-KC, they were taking the world by storm as the Iraqi sympathizer / friend of Saddam Hussein and the World Wrestling Federation heavyweight champion. There was some heat going down with Slaughter and Adnan at that point. Do you think maybe that angle where it played into a real-life war, do you think maybe they went a little too far over the top with that?
You mean with Adnan versus Slaughter?
No, when they put the belt on Slaughter and they brought Adnan in as the manager, saying they were friends with Hussein.
No, I don't.
You didn't?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't, because I believe the Americans can handle it. American public, American fans, these fans, they can handle that.
It got heat, though.
It got good heat, and that's the serious. It got good heat.
Look at the reaction they had for tickets for WrestleMania 7. That was originally going to be in a 100,000-seat stadium, and they had to move it to a 16,000-seat arena that didn't even sell out. So I
did not know that.
Yeah. They had it booked for the LA Memorial Coliseum, and then due to low ticket sales, I know some people are going to say it was a security threat. Okay, if it was such a security threat, how come they sold such few tickets that they didn't have to refund one single person?
Yeah.
It's not like they sold 30,000 tickets and said, "Shit, we're going into a 16,000-seat arena." They went from having that major stadium booked into the tiny arena with plenty of tickets still available. So
I don't know how good that heat was.
I see what you're saying, and I'm starting to agree with you. I did not know that, what you just said. I didn't know that. Now I see things in a different light. You might be right. I would say you are right. The only thing is, it's been years now, so maybe my thinking's a little, slow on that, like everybody else. But Sarge, great guy, Slaughter, great guy, and Adnan, who just did a deal. He's 88 years old. He got
he that
lost.
old?
He's 88. He got lost in the airport. And he got lost everywhere he went. And he sat on the virtual show for Marty. And he couldn't remember nothing.
He's kind of slow moving.
Who am I? Oh, he's terrible. He's got Alzheimer's.
Oh.
Oh, it's a definite Alzheimer's deal. Marty had to go look for him. He got lost. He didn't know where he's at. He says, where am I? In Indiana? Just insane. He had no business leaving his place at 88 years old.
He lives in where, Hawaii?
In Hawaii. And 3 years ago his son committed suicide?
I didn't even know that.
Yeah. So that's double, triple trouble, and I feel terrible for him. I called him during the show. I said, this is John Nord, and he remembered me, which it made me feel good.
Good.
I said, remember, you would never pay me trans,
he was a when you travel
trans,
with him. I see.
You're supposed to pay so much per mile.
Per mile?
Yeah, like 18 cents a mile or something.
And
he never paid. He was the cheapest son of a bitch that ever lived. But I loved him because he didn't drink, he didn't do drugs, and he prayed and he prayed. He was praying to the wrong person.
Yeah.
Because if you don't pray to the right person, it don't matter. But he's got a story. He's got his stories, but they're not my stories. But yeah.
It's too bad about the Alzheimer's. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was terrible. It was just terrible, I guess. Yeah.
Well, hopefully, best to him and his family.
Yes, I agree.
It's kind of a sad ending to
I
life
agree.
for someone that had such a big life, out in the world, coming from that part of the world where he did come from. I think he wrote a book where he said he actually in real life knew Hussein.
Well, of course he did. He told me when he was my manager, he told me that he went to high school with him.
Oh, wow.
And he said all the time he'd be writing and he'd be sitting on the banks of the river and he'd be writing. Yep. And another thing that's probably in this book, he ran a show over there with George Gorianko, guy named, and he made a ton of money, like $750,000. The crowd was incredibly big. He couldn't bring the money home.
Why? Because there was so much?
I just thought, number one, Hussein was running the country. Mm-hmm. And he was friendly. He goes, Adnan, come on over to the Capitol here. I want to show you something, what we do to traitors.
Wow.
Adnan walked down the stairs, went into this room, and they had a fire hose of water stuck up this guy, and water was coming out his eyes, his everywhere.
Where was the hose? Here or somewhere else?
The hose was up his butt.
He was being humbled by the hose.
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah, maybe that's what being humble is.
So there was that. Wow, imagine how much water that must have taken.
That's what Adnan told me, and I believe him because Hussein was that crazy.
Yeah,
he was insane crazy, and that's why that's true.
That's something sounds like it came out of a horror movie. My God.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's scary stuff.
And I would guess
I would have left the money there too.
I've never read his book, but I'll guarantee it's in it. I'll guarantee you. I'm not into reading these wrestlers' books, really. I read Lynn Denton's one a little bit. Selfishly, I read just my part. But yeah, so that's all I read. I read a little bit of Piper's book. That was actually, I thought, one of the better ones. But yeah.
Are you a big reader?
I go in streaks, don't you? Either I
if
quit.
I had the time.
Yeah.
Usually I'm at this place
Are
for
you?
a good 10 hours a day, 7 days a week. So that eats up
Really?
a lot of the... Believe me.
Yeah, I go in streaks. I'm either reading. I read corny old books that nobody else would read.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, like Man in the Gray Flannel Suit. That was a movie with Gregory Peck, and you know, The Tale of Two Cities. These classics. Gone with the Wind. I'm a real geek on, and I love old movies. I can rattle off the old movies.
Oh, really? Okay.
Oh, yeah, I'm proud of that. But I got to be careful I don't make that an idol, because I'm trying to live my best Christian life I can.
There you go. And you know what? You can only learn from the mistakes that you've made, right?
That's right.
That's all you can do. That's the way I look at it.
Hey, don't drink and drive. I'm the classic. I'm the classic.
I'm literally boom. And you'd think, you know, if you'd hear of a story with the sheik involved in a drinking and driving accident, he was the victim instead of the person behind it. Did you ever think that would pop into your brain?
Right. No.
Welcome to my
did.
reality.
No kidding.
You'd think he would have been the one driving the car.
Right.
Nothing against all cars.
Never thought about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
No, that's very, very, very
Maybe if
true.
we're having a nice meal later, I'll share some of the anecdotes from that crazy day. But Sergeant Slaughter, was he someone that you got to know well at all from AWA? Or?
Sarge was a good guy. We got along great.
Now, you know, here's one I've never heard of, and we like to get personal on these shows, but Marty had made the claim that Sarge kind of climbed the ranks in the world of wrestling due to beyond his ability to be a great drill sergeant as Sergeant Slaughter, but due to a little fellatio. Did you ever hear anything like that about Sarge?
Fellatio.
Little fellatio.
What does that mean?
Oral sex.
No.
It came from Marty, not I.
Well, one thing that, here's the one thing that did freak me out a little bit about Sarge.
All right.
Was Sarge was really quiet, and he never went out with the guys. He never invited anybody up to his cabin. He lived down in Prior Lake. You know, he lived down where Jimmy Raschke from Nebraska lived, down by Prior Lake, Minnesota, and which is south of the cities, 40 miles, 50 miles or something. And he never invited. He was very, very private. And anytime that is part of your personality, that you're that private, it either means you're just private and don't mean nothing, or it means
there could be a little activity going on.
Could be a little weird.
Activity.
Could be, yes.
All right. Well, all right, we got the cue from a man that always has a lot of activity going on, Mr. John C. Manicus Riley. Right now, we're going to take a brief time out, take a pit stop on the road as we continue more Wrestling Insiders Throwback Thursdays with John Nord. Stand by.
Wrestling fans, on Royal Rumble Saturday, January the 29th, things are getting a little dirty. That's right. Joining us live in studio for the very first time will be our longtime friend, the legendary Zeb Coulter, a.k.a. Dirty Dutch Mantel. Dutch will be with us all weekend for Wrestling Insider tapings, Patreon watch-alongs, live episodes, and cyber autograph signings. Plus, Dutch will be watching the Royal Rumble with us. For more information and autograph photos, head on over to BostonWrestling.com. Wrestling fans, get ready for a weekend of the unpredictable as the Berzerker, John Nord, returns to MWF Studios in Melrose the weekend of Saturday, January the 22nd. Wrestling Insider Throwback Thursday tapings, live episodes, watch-alongs, cyber autograph signings, and more. Boston Wrestling Patreon fans can meet the Berzerker for free. For more information and mail order info, head on over to thebostonwrestling.com super site now. Don't miss the Berzerker, January 22nd. Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders, Throwback Thursdays. Dan Morati along with the Berserker John Nord. I believe we're on episode 4 already. It's unbelievable. The time is flying when we're having fun. And if you think we're having fun now,
this is great.
He's going to be with us again live
in
January.
Can I tell you though, honest to God, it's the fans that I get a kick out because they come up to me and they say, you know, hey, when you were on this show, you'd said this and that. That was great. It really makes me feel good. So thank you guys. And I really mean that. That's not bullshit.
Well, keep the compliments coming, folks. If you're with us during the premiere, use the premiere chat or leave your thoughts in the description box below. As always, the super chat is welcome to try and keep the great wrestling legends working. I'd love to do talk shows like this 7 nights a week. I'd like to do them twice a night, 7 nights a week. There's so many guys out there, so many greats that could use a helping hand that aren't getting the 6 figures from WWE anymore. Why not? All we can do is try, right?
Don't make us out to be broke bums.
No,
like Marty Jannetty said.
Make us all look like
don't do that.
We're doing destitute, man. We got Marty and Johnny Ace going at it right now.
Johnny Ace, hey Johnny.
I don't think Johnny's going to be hurting for
Johnny,
cash.
you think you're the Godfather or what?
Johnny Corleone. Again, just as you were entering the World Wrestling Federation in January 1991, 2 tenured veterans got their walking papers. Black Bart and Saba Simba, better known as the man that used you as a human napkin in North Carolina, Tony Atlas.
Black Bart.
Yeah, he
good worker, but one of the most unathletic guys I've ever met in my life.
He didn't really have the look other than the cowboy thing.
Yeah. His hips and his ass looked like, you know, 2 big cans of pork beans or some shit. I don't know. And then who else?
Saba Simba.
Saba Simba? Who's he?
Tony Atlas.
Oh,
remember,
him? Was he Saba
He was
Simba?
dressed as an African warrior.
Was he?
I guess, well, you were just kind of coming in as that was ending.
What did I do? What do you mean, wipe my ass? Oh, the muffler?
Poor Saba Simba. I mean, Tony never had a fighting shot with that one, no matter how much food he spat on us over the years.
Tony.
Give us the money back.
Tony, just would tell your story walking, okay?
And not eating, preferably.
I don't need, your food flies out of your mouth. Stop the shit. And the $800, give it to me, I'll give it to him.
Oh, my. Well, we'll give you a finder's fee for that.
Yeah.
Dear Lord. No, you're right. I mean, most people, for that much to come out of their body in some orifice, would usually use a restroom. With Tony, it's chicken wing debris or whatever.
He don't gotta shit. He shits out of his mouth.
Oh, did you get a chance to see Tony at all during that brief spell in WWF or no?
Tony, no.
Yeah, he was canned pretty much right after that first TV taping that you would work.
Well, here's Tony. Tony's ego is just huge. And he's in his own little world in his head thinking how great he is, and he don't think about anybody else. And that's true.
Well, I understand what you're saying.
He loves his wife. I'll guarantee you that. And he loves his family. I ain't saying he's got a lot of love in him. I get that. But it's just so twisted.
Have you ever seen the feet videos?
What, he's sucking on some toes now, or
Being
what?
beaten by women's feet and shoes, licking the shoes.
That sounds like an addiction.
I'll have, you know what, maybe if we have time, I'll call it up on the screen over the next couple of days, because he actually wanted us to, not to stray too far from WWF 1991, but Tony wanted people to understand how he has this addiction, yeah.
Tony, get some help.
It's not a sexual thing. He's not pleasing.
They're not? Really?
He's not pleasing himself as it goes on, but he literally likes to have women kick the shit out of him, but the shoe, it has to be a certain kind of tennis sneaker, a certain thickness. It's bizarre.
That
and then
is nothing less than bizarre.
he likes to lick the shoe.
That is a sex addiction. I don't give a shit. We ain't talking about putting it
But
in.
if he's not doing anything with himself, how can you call it a sexual
yeah,
thing?
yeah. It's anytime you're abusing your body like that, I would say it's so wrong that it falls in sex. Okay, you don't necessarily have to throw nothing in holes or suck nothing. But if you're doing that weird as shit, what are you gonna call it? Writing a novel?
But
come on!
He doesn't even touch the foot. The foot has to have the shoe on it.
Oh, you're weird. Stop it!
Well, anyone, do you think it was just maybe that Tony and Blackbot were past their primes and WWF didn't need to utilize their services anymore, or?
I think that, yeah.
Because Blackbot was done.
Yeah, Black Bart looked like Mel Brooks, except he weighed 400 pounds. And then Tony, when you have food flying out of your mouth in the ring and guys are ducking and you're hitting the first 3 rows, it's time to go.
All right, another one of our friends here in studio. It almost sounds like we're piling it on, but in all seriousness, Marty Jannetty was dealing with some tough times right when you broke in. Prior to the TV taping, I think prior to your debuting, the enhancement talent Chuck Austin broke his neck taking the rocket dropper the wrong way, which cost Marty an awful lot of income along with WWF when that lawsuit was settled, I think in 1994. Did it seem
why not Sean?
Because Marty did the move. It was Marty's move.
You mean Sean had nothing to do with it? He wasn't touching him even?
I don't even think he was in the ring.
Oh, okay.
Do you know the move I'm talking about, the rocket dropper, where he would...
What he does? What does he do?
lift up the leg and the guy's head would be down like this and then you... Boom.
Oh, yeah.
The guy took it almost like, I guess, a DD. The footage never surfaced.
Yeah.
He wound up getting $26 million initially, but it wound up being for much less.
Was there did he have an insurance? Marty obviously didn't make $26 million.
No. Well, WWF had to pay for the majority of it, but Marty said it still cost him $500,000. And that's a lot of money in 91.
Right. That sounds about right, but here's the thing. How can it cost Marty $500,000 if it's Vince's show, I'm doing what Vince McMahon tells me to do, and the WWF owns it all? So my opinion is, you got to be careful with these guys. They might be lying. Marty might be lying. It might not have cost...
That part, I don't know.
It might not have cost Marty $1.
That part you might be right about. But I know that this man got a substantial amount of money.
He got a huge amount.
Because within 3 or 4 months in 94, you had the Jesse case we spoke of, the Chuck Austin case with Marty, and then Vince's steroid trial, all within a couple of months in 94.
And I wanted to get a neck brace like Vince wore. I wanted to get the whole locker room wearing it.
He had to pick good timing to get that surgery.
Can you imagine wearing that damn thing around his neck at a trial? Talk about burying yourself. Vince, okay? I love you like a brother, but you shouldn't have wore that neck thing. But you got enough power behind your lawyer, so you're okay.
But how was Marty doing at that time? Do you remember him being typical Marty, or was he in the dumps a little bit, where he kind of?
Nah, he was a good guy. Marty was a really good guy.
The party didn't stop, even though Chuck Austin's party did.
Yeah, but Marty had more fun in the AWA.
Really?
Yeah.
The WWF calmed him down?
Yeah, I think so. I know in the AWA, he was, I mean, these girls, these good-looking girls, Marty would be just, every one of them just with the bedroom door open for everybody to see, just pounding away, and seriously good-looking. And I'm like, God, how does he do that? Well, I was married and had a beautiful wife, so I wasn't into it anyways, you know? 25 years, I never cheated on my wife.
They were never Berzerker rats.
Yeah, I know. Barbarian, then.
Well,
But anyway,
the
but
barbarian rats.
here's a FYI. I pushed the wrong button, and it came up Yukon John and Flapjack Norton, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Remember that?
Yeah.
He just drank 278 pancakes. God, Norton's mad every time I call him Flapjack. I go, hey, Flapjack, don't say that, you son of a bitch. But anyways, where I was going with it was, I pushed the next thing, and you got to remember, that was taped in 1990 or 91, right? Mm-hmm. 1990. And you know what's on the next thing? Full picture of a Hasbro doll, Hasbro action figure, front and back, of Yukon John.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
My brother took pictures of it. I don't know how to get it. And I got the jeans and the boots and the mustache like I got now and curly hair. And it was Yukon John. And obviously they didn't make a damn one because they didn't think it was too good. But I'll tell you what, I sure wanted one when I seen it. That was just a month ago.
Really? Oh, recently?
Yeah, it was just a month ago. I went, God, I'd like to kind of have one of them because it's just so rare, you know? And anyways, it was, bottom line was I was just shocked. Anyways, where were we at?
Well, we were talking about Marty pounding in the AWA, but as we ventured...
Pounding, you know what I mean.
Oh, I know what you mean by pounding.
Yeah, pounding. You're going to break my back, Marty. Slow down.
In February, once the next set of TV tapings hit, they continued to try to evolve what you were doing. And instead of coming out alone as the Viking, you appeared with the devious one, Hall of Famer, Mr. Fuji. Memories of starting to work with the devious one.
Oh, Mr. Fuji. Yes. Here's what Fuji. I'll imitate him. He goes, you know, a kid at school are teasing Kevin Lane, and his son's name is Lane, you know, because
Lane Fujiwara?
Yeah. No, he kept the wife kept their names. They were twins.
Oh, okay.
Kelly and Kevin. Mm-hmm. Anyways, he goes, the kids are teasing me, teasing him at school, you know? And so I teach him sidekick, you know, fuck him up. And I laughed so hard when he said that. So everybody I went to around the locker room for almost the whole year, I went, sidekick, right? Fuck him up? Yeah. You know, so it was just hilarious. It was really funny. So
any infamous Fuji ribs that you witnessed? He was known for his practical jokes.
Here's one thing that was a reverse rib.
Oh, really? Okay.
Fuji, and Darso will confirm this. He kept telling us about his swimming pool. He lives in Jefferson City, Tennessee. He kept telling me, yeah, I got a pool, and people come over. A lady next door, nice body. She said, I gotta, keep my pool nice. So one day I went over to Fuji's house. I go, well, where's the pool? And you know what he said? He goes, oh, I filled it in. There was no lines or nothing.
He never even had a pool.
He never had a pool. We laughed. Bill Eady, Darso, and me laughed so hard. There was no lines. There was no nothing. And it was just like, Fuji, you don't got to say stuff like that to us.
Try and impress you.
Try and impress the boys. Are you kidding me? And then he'd always say, Kevin Lane, I want him to play for USC. Well, first of all, he's got to get past 5'6". Right?
That would be a good start. Yeah.
It'd be a good start.
Yeah.
You know, so that was a reverse. But Fuji was always putting pills in people's beers. If you seen a beer and it started foaming, now this is serious stuff because of the Bill Cosby deal. He started boom, 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 and people would. These are people that pissed them off though, and his ribs were vicious, but they were mostly putting calcium in beer. And let me tell you, I was part of a few of them, so I'm not proud of it. And I'm not pointing fingers, and I'm not holding grudges, and I'm not. And Fuji, God bless his soul. But yeah,
You were the victim, or you helped him with the rib?
well, I never did it with him.
You did it with others.
I did it with one other one time,
One time. All right. Well,
Mr. Kurt Hennig.
to a fellow wrestler or a
To a
random
fellow wrestler.
stranger? Who was the victim?
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
It was a girl wrestler.
Oh, really? Sherry?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
And how did you, well, I can imagine how she reacted.
Wow.
There probably wasn't much of a reaction.
Well, it was a reaction.
What happened?
She got naked. She started walking around the halls. Sherry. I love Sherry too. That's why it hurts.
Well, that was a tough one. You know,
Me and Kurt both regretted. We went, God, what the F is wrong with us? You know? But we're
I think
young.
a lot of people say that at some point when they're in wrestling.
I think,
what is wrong with us?
Yeah,
where
you're
it's
right.
where it's almost normal, you know?
You're right. That's the sickness of wrestling.
Where some
is
people-
you get to a part where you think it's normal.
In a 9-to-5 job, oh, you know what? I might take an extra 3 minutes on my lunch break.
Yeah.
In wrestling, this is our normal.
This is, yeah.
Not that I've ever done that, but
Yeah.
anyway.
Oh, God, no.
I've never drugged anyone, but
Well, no, of course not. No, not many people have, but the point of it is,
Not many.
but point of it is it makes you feel really,
odd.
bad. It makes you feel bad.
Yeah.
And if Sherry's gone, Kurt's gone, I'm still here. So by the grace of God, here I am.
You're still surviving, brother.
Yep. And I want to be honest. I don't want to lie.
Well, and you just proved it right there. That wasn't, I'm sure, the most comfortable stories to have shared, but you did. And you know what? I think the fans will respect you for it.
Yeah. Thanks, you guys. If you do, thank you.
He's only being honest, guys, from stories that happened decades ago. Again, we implore you to stay with us because we're going to be back after this brief timeout to wrap up the show.
I didn't put nobody in the river, though.
All right, wrestling fans, another tremendous installment of Wrestling Insider's Throwback Thursday. Dan Marotti, John Nord. Again, folks, if you had fun tonight, even if you hated the show, leave your thoughts in the premiere chat if you're watching live on Thursday nights, or in the description box below. We can read your comments in a later time. The super chats always help. It takes a lot to keep these lights on. Like we've noted, we want to bring back Marty Jannetty to the studio. I know there's many of you that miss him on a weekly basis, but these Throwback Thursdays with John Nord are turning into something. And again, not only are we taping episodes during this visit, but John's going to be back later in the month of January as WWE gears up for the Royal Rumble. We are gearing up for the Rumble known as John Nord. Running out of time again.
For the wild, unpredictable barbarian known as Nord, I'm still Dan Marotti. They haven't come up with a better name for me. We'll see you next Thursday night. You and yours, be well. Good night from Boston.
Be well.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
Wrestling fans looking for the perfect holiday gift? Discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts are on sale now. Join WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more 1980s legends to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Meet the wrestling icons up close and personal in an autograph and photo fan fest. Then get ready as the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow take part in a night of white-hot in-ring action. Discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for a limited time at bostonwrestling.com. Join us for a professional wrestling reunion decades in the making, April the 16th. Wrestling fans, welcome back again. We want to thank Howard Miller for all he does here. For everything and everyone in Boston wrestling, he truly is one of our MVPs, a VIP. If you ever see Howard at one of our live events or at a studio taping, make sure you give the man a thank you. He's one of those people, if we didn't have him, we wouldn't be able to do these shows. And fans, I ask you, hey, do you enjoy having the Berzerker with us or what? He'll be with us every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after Impact on AXS TV. For more must-see viewing, he'll also be with us live the weekend of January 22nd for more Wrestling Insider tapings, live episodes, and cyber autograph signings. Set a reminder now, autograph photo information coming soon. Fans in the Northeast, don't forget that discount VIP package and tickets are on sale now to Boston Wrestling Sports Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, featuring WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, the Berzerker, and more. The event features a VIP exclusive question and answer session, an autograph photo fan fest for all fans before the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow light up the squared circle like no tomorrow. Get your order in ASAP. Get the best tickets in the house at bostonwrestling.com. Save a few bucks getting them early. It is going to be a happening. Also, again, fans, if you're looking to add some merchandise to your collection and help keep pro wrestling legends working, the eBay store is open 24/7. Great merchandise of superstars from every era. You can click the link in the description box below or head on over to bostonwrestling.com and click the store button. Coming up next, it's the father figure of Boston wrestling sports, the one and only, the WWE Raw main eventer, John Cena Sr. This week, Johnny shoots on WWE Day 1, the last-minute championship main event change, Brock Lesnar is champion, the chemistry between the New Day and the Usos, Carmelo Hayes, the former Christian Casanova's success in WWE NXT 2.0, Cole Carter signing with WWE after his big debut here in Boston Wrestling.
Wrestling fans, welcome to another Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Friday, another big night. WWE was live at Mohegan Sun in Uncasville, Connecticut. I know you were eager to head down there for that one. And AEW Rampage had another hot night of action. Now is they're beginning to transition Dynamite over to TBS, which is big for them. Hopefully a little bit more visibility for the product. They should get a few more eyeballs almost by default. But Johnny, a lot going on in the world of professional wrestling, but how was your New Year's? I know you and I kicked off 2022 at midnight live, which the fans got a big kick out of. They weren't expecting that.
Nope.
What did you do for New Year's Eve?
New Year's Eve was really, really fun.
Yeah.
Monique and I invited her son, daughter-in-law Anna, their children, Sophie, Rachel, and little Lucy, who just turned 1 on New Year's Day.
January 1st birthday?
Yep,
Wow.
yep. So, and we had my friend Dave and his wife Karen and Sydney and her friend over for not only our New Year, but we also celebrated a Russian New Year, which
a Russian
New Year where Anna is Russian. Her and Tommy are Jewish. They're a great couple. Tommy has La Casa de Chocolat, wonderful chocolate place in Portsmouth and Exeter. Anna's an attorney, and so that night she said, "Don't cook. I'm bringing over Russian food." And because, Italians, I had to make a chicken wing. I had to make a little, calzone. And we had
Fabo Vino.
Russian, I tell you. We had puffed turnovers filled with farmer's cheese and dill. We had smoked mackerel. We had potatoes and mushrooms. She made 100 crepes, caviar, sour cream. I have to tell you something. It was an outstanding New Year's. Moniz and I and the crew, Dave and his wife and Sydney had to leave early, but the rest of us, I didn't think this guy or Moniz or Tommy and Anna and the girls would stay awake for it, but we actually watched the ball drop in Times Square. And it didn't drop, it just lit up and then slid, I guess. But it was a great time. And, I think that's what New Year's is all about. It's not about getting drunk. It's not about gorging yourself with food. It was about family and friends getting together and sharing. Probably the best New Year I've had in a while.
Really?
Yep.
Well, there was only one thing missing.
Who's that?
Me.
You could have come. The door was open. I just didn't give you the address.
Well, I'm glad you had such a fabulous New Year, Johnny.
On yourself?
No, my plans changed because of COVID.
Oh.
A friend of the Boston wrestling family came down with the illness, and it's probably for the best. I really didn't want to catch it.
Yeah. My nephew came down with it.
Oh, really?
The Omicron, yeah. He said it's like having a very, very, very bad cold.
It was brutal.
And made it through, thank you, God. And so now I guess his immune system's up around 85%.
Well, good.
But he's vaccinated, so that's the key. People laugh at me, but vaccination and booster, it needs to be. I will say this, I think I got my booster, but I think that's the last needle they're going to put in me.
Why is that?
I just think I'm tired now.
You don't want any more boosters?
I think a lot of people are sitting back saying, you know what, enough's enough. Statistics, they've got a better handle on the statistics now, where before the numbers they were giving you is if Dan Marotti broke a leg and went into the hospital, automatically tested for COVID. So now you're a COVID patient. So the numbers were skewed. We've got a good handle on what's happening. They finally have some good research talking about this new strain, which is saying that, yeah, it's bad, but it's not as bad as the other. Doesn't mean we don't need to be careful, folks. Wear a mask. That's key. Wear a mask. Outside of that, how many more shots can you put into your body? Because ultimately what's happening is, only my opinion, you're destroying your own immune system. When you allow a drug to overtake your immune system, it's just like Dan, he gets lazy and said, okay, Howard, you can do the show. And you don't want that. You want your body to rev up. You want your body to fight. I will say this, I don't know how many people read the news, but Japan is now testing a shot that hopefully will be released in 2024, one time, lifetime. End of story.
That's it.
That's it.
So
and that's what we need.
You don't think it's going to turn into the flu shot where you need it every year?
Once again, remember with the flu shot and with this COVID shots we're taking, the flu shot is only good for so many strains of flu. Doesn't mean you're not going to catch the flu.
Right.
And it's the same thing with the COVID shot. You take it, and a lot of people said, well, I've got the magic shield. It's not going to touch me. No. That drug was approved so fast, so quickly, without thorough testing. Now they say is, okay, folks, you've got a better chance of surviving, and that's key. Excuse me. Then if you didn't take it, you can still get it. And I'll give you an example. A very dear friend of mine, I won't mention names or where he worked, 39 years old, had the COVID shots, caught COVID, went into the hospital and passed away 3 weeks ago. Wow. Had some complications. I'm not going to deny that. But I think we need to face the reality, and the reality of the situation is, should I get vaccinated or not? To you, yes. Absolutely we need to do that. Should I get the booster? Absolutely you need to do that. Should I wear a mask? Yes. And for those of you out there that keep throwing in my face, I have a choice. My body, my choice. I have a choice too, and that's to survive just like you. So do me a favor. Don't have to get the injections. Just wear a mask. That will help a lot. Just wear a mask. Remember, we've only got 2 more months to go here before we hit the spring. January, February, winter, March.
Okay, yeah.
And then this thing should begin to die off. It's never going away. This is always going to be here. As a matter of fact, after what I'm reading, it's already been here. It was existing prior to. Not as serious, but it was there. So I think what we need to do now, common sense, begin to understand what we're dealing with, not panic, not get all crazy. I realize everybody's tired after 2 years. Some states are talking about lockdowns. Some states are talking about new mandates. New York, for example, you can't get anywhere without a card.
I've experienced that.
And people say to me, well, the card, that's not going to be good for anything. I'm going to make a prediction, and I hope I'm wrong. It's going to become the norm.
You think it's a bad thing?
I think it's not a good thing.
Really?
Because it's discriminatory. Your choice, your body. So my thought is, if you're not going to get vaccinated, at least have a mask so that you can still partake. And the foolishness behind some of this, and probably I'm going to get nailed on this one, you go to a restaurant. Fauci and everybody else is saying, that's the worst place to go. But they go to restaurants, you're vaccinated and masked. Yet when they bring you your drink and they bring you your food, what do you do for 45 minutes?
Take it off.
Here you go. So, you know what? I think there's got to be some sensibility brought into play. The CDC is making all kinds of changes now. The CRP test, where they did the nasal thing, they're saying is not accurate because it can detect the flu as well as the COVID variant. They're now saying that it's 5 days instead of 10. They're meeting with some obstacles from employers. People care. People want to be safe. God bless our healthcare workers. God bless the police and fire and those first responders out there. God bless them for what they do. It's a tough job. But again, I think we've got to do this as a unified country, because Ben Franklin is right. United we stand, divided we fall. We're already divided. We've got to come back together as one. The president's got to do something about is that Vince?
No, Linda.
Oh, we talked to her?
No.
Oh, all right. But the president's got to do something about bringing some form of sensibility, some form of unity. You can't keep spending. You can't keep saying one thing and changing the other. The Democrats and the Republicans, please, brothers and sisters, let's get together. You're divided. You have your own agenda. The Democrats were for the working people. Now they're not anymore. They're headed towards socialism. The Republicans, it's a war. Why? Let's do what's best for the people. People can't buy food. People don't have heat. People don't have housing. Let's solve the issue. Let's begin to tackle the things we need to tackle. And again, no more needles. I'm done.
Yeah, we'll have to talk to Phil DeCesare about that, Johnny. One thing that certainly needed a booster shot was the WWE Day 1 pay-per-view on New Year's night. It was riddled by a week of turmoil within the company with the COVID what's the word I'm thinking of now? COVID.
Omicron? Are the
people exposed to the virus,
Yeah,
so
they
having
were.
the virus,
Yep.
and it turned into a disaster, Johnny. The house shows for their biggest week of the year were a disaster. The pay-per-view itself changed at the last minute, and in the end of the day, they turned what was a pretty flat three-way main event for the Raw Championship into an interesting four-way once Bobby Lashley was added. But as much as I had been looking forward to seeing the altercation, Johnny, having to put Brock Lesnar into the mix due to Roman's exposure to the virus, I didn't want to see Lashley and Lesnar lock up the very first time in a five-way match that it will be all but forgettable in the end of the day.
I agree with you 100%. That was the worst choice.
Well,
Brock-
what would you do with Brock at that point?
You know what?
You're going to have to pay him big money. Do you do
Lesnar
nothing
to
with
come in?
him?
Well,
Yeah.
he's a businessman. He's a businessman. But with the onset of what's happening, and you know that the exposure that the superstars have, something's going to happen. You know that.
Just like the
See
lights.
that?
Let there be light,
Let
God.
there be light. That's what he said, and there it was. Took 7 days, but we got it in what, 2 minutes? But my whole thing is that match probably could have been switched instead of a five-way. Why not just make it a championship match?
What do you mean now?
One-on-one. Just forget about it because...
Just scrap it?
Okay, so what did you really get out of it?
Who should Big E have worked then?
You know what? Throw him in there again with Lashley. Anything, just to get it over. Look, I love Big E to death. There's a young man that had potential, has some potential. They're doing him a disservice by putting that strap on him. And I really mean
and
that.
then some.
Yes, I really mean that because this guy was great with the team he had. It doesn't mean he couldn't do individualism, but tell me, I'll be honest, this business is predicated on ticket sales. That's all I'm going to say. Merchandise sales. And it's not there. It's not there.
Not even a top 10 seller in merchandise.
No, what I would have done with that match was, if anything, if you're going to tease a Lashley Lesnar match for WrestleMania, whatever, I would have had Big E, Lashley going at it, Lashley going for the pin, and who comes in and busts it all up with the F5s. Lesnar knocks him silly, knocks out Big E, and grabs the belt and just grins that Brock Lesnar FU grin. It would have left the door open for a big storyline.
So you think they should have kept it as the four-way match they had?
Yeah, you know what? I'm not a fan of four-ways.
I'm not either. But that's what they promoted, at least.
Yeah,
you should at least deliver what you advertise.
Okay.
Would you have added Lesnar to it? I'm going to guess
no. I would not. No, because now what you've done is you've exposed Lashley and Lesnar one-on-one. That's not the point. That was supposed to be held back. You're going to bake the cake. Don't tell people what the decorations are. Surprise them at the end. And that was not a good thing to do. Whoever made that decision, I guess it was Vince, to make sure it would go off. But all the critiques and reviews were not that good for that show. And that's all because of what happened with the COVID situation. Would you have been better off to say we're not going to do it and hope that your superstars will be okay and we can do it at a later date? That's not the answer either. I just think they needed to refine the show, work around what they had, and come up with something that was meaningful. Because in the end, who went over?
The Beast. All right, wrestling fans.
Is he the new champion?
He is the new champion.
There you go.
All right, wrestling fans, right now we're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back on the flip side to talk more. Day one. Stand by.
Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. since July of 2020. Every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep mighty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Arguably the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Get this limited edition collector's autograph print, personally signed by two-time WWE Hall of Famer Nature Boy Ric Flair, inscribed 16 times for each of his recognized World Championship reigns. One of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Ric Flair collectible for your wrestling collection now. Wrestling fans, on Royal Rumble Saturday, January the 29th, things are getting a little dirty. That's right. Joining us live in studio for the very first time will be our longtime friend, the legendary Zeb Coulter, a.k.a. Dirty Dutch Mantel. Dutch will be with us all weekend for Wrestling Insider tapings, Patreon watch-alongs, live episodes, and cyber autograph signings. Plus, Dutch will be watching the Royal Rumble with us. For more information and autograph photos, head on over to BostonWrestling.com.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. We continue to talk about WWE Day 1, WWE's first attempt at a pay-per-view on New Year's Day. I actually like the concept. I like that it was on a Saturday as opposed to a Sunday. I like the fact that it wasn't a 4-hour show, that it was kept in moderation, and even more so because they scrapped the Lesnar and Roman Reigns match. It was an even quicker show. I thought it was a nice, probably 2.5 hours or so. Not too long, not too short. I thought you had a couple of great tag team title matches. I thought the main event, while maybe not some of the guys I'd put in the main event, I thought it was short, sweet, explosive, action-packed, and to the point. I think it got over the fact that Lesnar never got the upper hand on Bobby Lashley in that match. I think the Big E experiment was a complete and utter disaster that went nowhere, and I'm glad it ended. It began right here in Boston, and it ended on the first day of 2022. Johnny, I pass the baton to you. Do you think the Big E championship run was a success by any stretch of the imagination?
No, I've already alluded to that fact. I think that was a big mistake. It hurt Big E. It hurt the promotion. And then the superstars he was working didn't do them any favors either. And it didn't put him over. I mean, it really didn't. I feel bad. But there again, let's see where he goes from here. The title's changed, so now what happens? Do we have champion versus champion?
I would like to see that. I would like to see a unification match at WrestleMania. I'd like to see, maybe to entice ticket sales and interest in the show, maybe the Rattlesnake be the referee as the only man that can keep law and order between Roman and Lesnar, to make sure there is one unified, defined winner of both Raw and SmackDown championships, and that being Stone Cold Steve Austin. I think that would really give a boost to everything going on down in Texas, one man's opinion. But now that Kevin Owens is Daddy Warbucks with the big multi-year contract he signed for mucho dinero, would you have liked to have seen him perhaps as the champion?
Well, first let me say this. Pro wrestling, banking, attorney, it's a business.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Kevin Owens, for being smart enough to carve a deal that's taking care of you, buddy. That's what this is all about. Whether you like him, or I like him, or they like him, it's irrelevant. The fact of the matter is I've got a multi-million-dollar contract I negotiated. Because I'll tell you what, I think Owens was going to walk. I really do.
And I don't think anyone would have cared.
You may be right about that, because what they did to this young man is what they seem to do with a lot of talent that has potential. They take them, they build them to the top, and then they crash them.
Give me the Fiend for that money.
Give
me
Bray Wyatt
Strowman for that money.
Yeah. Oh, I was shocked when they let Bray Wyatt go. I was shocked. I'm still in shock. But hang on, that guy's going to be like a bubble. You never know where it's going to show up, and when it bursts, it's going to be right on.
I don't see spending that kind of money on an upper mid-card guy. One man's opinion. I know there are fans of him.
Well, he's not going to be. You know what? I think the world of Kevin Owens, and I really do. Great human being, great professional wrestler, understands the business. He'll always be a mid-carder.
Yeah.
Always be mid-card. So
is he your WrestleMania main event? If not, I'm not throwing $2 or $3 mil a year at him.
No, and I why they did that number? Are they in a protect mode where all of a sudden, here we go, now you can't go, we get you locked in? Because you know what? I don't care how big the contract is. There's always the man in the front office that can say, Vince, I'm Khan. I think we need to let the high-paid guys go. And so, you know what that $2, $3, or $4 million is worth?
Not much.
Well, but that's what I do. I think like a business person. So now I've prevented you from going anywhere. I'll use you as long as I need to. And when you're not selling anymore and doing what I want done, you know, it's a cost-cutting factor. Bye. And you got a 90-day clause. By then, everybody's tired of you. Nobody wants you. So, you know, sometimes there's a method to business's madness.
Well, maybe he would have been a better fit in AEW for all we know. There's a lot of friends
I think so.
there. He might have been a happier guy. Might have got a better push.
Well, you know what? AEW is full of talent. They've got some good stuff. They get some bad stuff. Well, just like the WWE. You know, they get Punk. They get Danielson. They get Cody Rhodes, Kenny Omega. They got some real good stars there. I think Owens would have been a good fit for a heel. When he was a heel, he was over.
I think he's a heel now.
But you know, one of the things I would have done with Kevin Owens, and people laugh at me, I would have made him the brother of the Fiend. Would have worked. Because they look alike, they think alike, they act alike. You could have really made a good storyline
We
out
had
of
Bo Dallas.
That didn't work. Come on.
They never did anything with him, though.
Well, what's the whole problem? Are we not right back where we started from?
Yeah, but I wouldn't have made Kevin Owens his brother.
Oh, it would have been crazy. No.
Yeah, it would have been crazy.
No, from the swamps and the Ozarks. Are you kidding me?
Well, they could have kept him in the Ozarks.
Oh, man, it would have been
one man's
scary.
opinion.
Yeah, well, you would have fun going back and forth.
No.
And the fans write, Cena's crazy. Why don't you shut up? Because I can get people to answer, get people to say things. It's fun.
What about the King of Drip? Would you have considered putting the title on him?
The King of Drip?
Yes.
Who was that?
Seth Rollins. Or do you think that ship is kind of, it has sailed? Ever since the castration began at the end of WrestleMania 35, when he went from kicking Brock Lesnar's ass to being portrayed as the man's boyfriend. Then he became the Monday Night Messiah with no life and no personality. And now he's the King of Drip with an uninteresting life and personality.
Do you know what that tells me?
What?
You're not too far from the door.
And it's sad because once the bell rings and you can look past the boring and uninteresting and uncreative presentations of the character, the in-ring work is exceptional.
Not taking it away from him. Absolutely not taking it away from him. Another talent that's being misused. And like I say, when you go from here to Mr. Drip for coffee machines, you know what? Can't be far before Khan says, another high-priced talent we're going to have to cut to save money. Watch. This is crazy. I sit back sometimes and, you know, I talk to some friends, I talk to some people in the business, and it's almost like it's a wheel. Oh, it's your turn today, Dan. It's your turn, John. It's like, it makes no sense. Instead of saving the bodies they should, they're saving the bodies they shouldn't. People that are not drawing, people that are not going over. And I hope that somebody will grab hold of that writing team and start writing pro wrestling. That's unfortunate. And that's why these men and women are in the positions they're in.
What about Bobby Lashley? Would you like to have seen him regain the championship that he lost to Big E here in Boston back on September the 13th when we were out west at the Cauliflower Alley Club?
I worked several indie shows with Bobby Lashley. Ultimate professional, gentlemen, let me tell you something. They don't come any finer. Yes, when he had that belt, he gave it credibility, the character, the credibility to the belt, the awesomeness that he created when he walked to that ring, that put asses in seats. That helped sell merchandise. Why in God's name you did what you did, I don't know. I have no idea what's going on.
Well, it was to add value to the Money in the Bank briefcase that everybody forgets who's even won it. They've had so many of them at this point.
It's Money in the Bank in a dented little metal briefcase
Yeah.
that's become useless now. Somebody's got to think of a new gimmick. Something's got to come up because it's not working. Fans are saying, been there, done that, it's over, it's done. You know, it's not the big hype it used to be. I remember I used to wait for that to come when it was in Boston. John was involved in it, and I'm sitting there, edge, and I'm going, oh, wow, look at that. Oh, come on, you got to grab it, you got to grab it. And it meant something. Now it's just, okay.
I think another big problem is, much like the Royal Rumble, you don't need two. Like Elimination Chamber, which I think, thankfully, I think they've done away with as an annual tradition. As talk about overexposed, you don't even need it once a year, never mind two.
I agree. Because
when they've done two, it turns to number two. You know what I mean?
I hear you.
And it should be flushed down the toilet.
Whose idea was that, the Elimination Chamber? I know
Eric Bischoff presented it on TV as a character, but as far as who came up with the concept, I don't know. And in the beginning, it worked because at one point they didn't even do it once a year. And it was interesting.
Sometimes less is more.
Oh, yes.
They haven't learned that yet.
No. But again, a different story for a different time. But we have what we have. Brock Lesnar is the WWE World Champion. Goes into the Royal Rumble facing Bobby Lashley, a match I would have rather have seen saved for WrestleMania. One man's opinion. It would have been different. It would have been fresh. It would have been hot. It would have had AT&T Stadium in Dallas/Arlington, Texas, rocking on April 2nd or April 3rd, depending upon which night they put it on. You know, one night they're going to have the women main event because the women Royal Rumble champion is going to have to defend the title, and everybody's going to get up and leave like they do every year during the women's match.
Ladies,
when they put it on last.
Boycott this guy.
Because, Johnny,
they have talent. They can do it. They just won't let them.
Nobody cares.
I do.
Well,
I do.
Why is it that so many fans get up and leave?
You know what? It's probably at the end of the night.
Yeah.
People are tired. People just want to get out. Put them up a little bit. You know what? Don't knock them.
Well, if they're so good, why do people want to get up and leave?
I've seen, okay, so now let me twist the coin.
All right.
I've been in Boston. I've been in Florida. I've been in California. And I've watched people get up and leave during male matches.
When?
Go to the Garden. When they have a match in there that nobody wants to see. Yeah, I've seen it at WrestleMania too.
I can name one where I've seen it.
Well, there you go. I haven't been every single WrestleMania, so I can't quote you on that. But the fact of the matter is, it is not just for females. Folks, pick on me, yell at me, scream at me. Very sexist. Not nice remarks. I think you've got to take it as it comes, and what you've got to learn to say is that I respect what they're doing, but apparently it's not doing what they want. Not knock them down. They can wrestle as good as the men.
No, they can't.
They can, and I'll put money on it.
I've had enough of it.
Oh, well.
It's a new year, I'm being honest. You know what? It is nowhere near the caliber or the quality of the wrestling as the men's. Now, is there an exception to every rule? Sure. Are there 6 to 8 ladies on that roster that can really go and give you some really good wrestling? Sure. The rest of them, bye-bye, c'est la vie, ciao. It's uninteresting. Nobody cares. They pushed Give Divas a Chance back in July of 2015. They brought up Becky. They brought up Sasha. They brought up... did I skip one, Howard? Oh, no, we didn't. We did take one break. Thank you. They gave everybody everything they wanted on the internet. 3.5 million people were watching that week, and now you have 50% of the audience that's vanished. And granted, that's not the only reason, because there's a lot of problems with WWE
Raw's
right now.
falling,
but there
SmackDown's
is nothing that they have done that have helped the product. Nothing.
No, you're wrong.
Nothing. Well, tell me what.
Becky
Tell
Lynch,
me what business metric has improved since they started shoving these women down the fans' throats.
Ooh, I don't think they shoved anything down anybody's throat.
You don't? They went from being on once a week to being a third of the show.
They turned around, they picked up a little gimmick that said, let's do this with the Divas in 2015. Once again, I will say this and stand my ground. Everybody has to do what they're told. Male or female
What
in WWE.
business metric has improved since they started over-pushing the women?
I don't think
anything.
They're not over-pushing anybody.
They sure are.
But you know what? There's been no real over-improvement or push with some of the men. So you know
That's
what?
not my question.
No,
Since
my
they started to give
I'm
the
giving you
fans-
the answer.
All right, go
because
ahead.
if you're going to compare them to who they need to be compared to. The men. The men. You can't just say the women. No. The men have contributed just as much to the demise as the women, as the writing, as the people that say this is what you do and this is how you do it. I think there's a lot of young ladies involved in that, and I know I've been backstage that would love to let go and do more than they can, but they've been told you can't do that out there. So you know what? Don't go knocking these people. If they had the opportunity, because you got tights on.
Plenty of opportunity.
Well, you know what?
Plenty of
what
opportunity.
What you're saying is not justified.
I disagree, but that's your opinion.
But we can. We're friends. And friends can agree to disagree and still be friends.
I just want someone to say, Dan, business improved in this area because we've done this with the women.
You know what?
There is nothing.
I'll tell you
There
what.
is nothing. They sell tickets to that women's pay-per-view for $5 each.
I'll tell you what. Forget me. Forget the encyclopedia. And I'm being... So what I mean, we can have
think
fun.
my name is Phil DeCesare?
Fans, you watching this show, please, how do you feel about what I say and what Dan says? I'd like to see your feedback. And if I'm wrong, next show, I'll apologize. But I'm telling you what, I'm 150% behind the women. I'm 150% behind the guys. It's all, and you got to be there to see it. When you're told to do what you do it. And that's what happens. You know what? I don't like some of the finishes with the men. I don't like some of the finishes, stupid finishes with the women. And I mean stupid.
Yeah.
But you know what? It ain't me that was, when I did the thing out there, I was said, gee, well, if I can't remember a word, I can, backfill it. You know what they said? You do it just as it's written. And that's the way it is, and that's good. That's good for business. Congratulations. Somebody took the time to write it and put it together so
I
it's
don't think
meaningful.
that's good for business at all, but that's another
But
story.
you know what?
And that doesn't go for the women. That goes for everybody.
No, I agree, because they don't allow a lot of people to ad-lib. I think when pro wrestling, Kowalski's era, Sammartino, you were allowed to grab that stick and say whatever you wanted to. Today, it's all scripted. And I think that hurts the business a lot. And they had managers. I think, look at the Weasel, Bobby Heenan. Look at the Grand Wizard, Captain Lou Albano, Slick. Look at these people that really got you agitated. Jimmy Hart. They're missing a lot in this business, and I think it needs to come back to pro wrestling. It's got to be something you can sit there and enjoy, and it's a story, it's a serial. What's going to happen next week? And that's how we used to leave them in the early days. Was like, holy God, Hulk Hogan's not getting up. Bruno Sammartino got his neck broken. Oh my God, we gotta castrate Larry Zbyszko. Those were the days. I think you go back to Brock Lesnar winning the title. I know I'm wrong because you're always right. I think that him and Lashley are going to go at it, and Reigns is going to interfere.
I can see that.
Yeah, it'll be a three-way. Yeah, right. Your WrestleMania.
I don't think it'll be a three-way at WrestleMania.
I hope not. I hope not. That's one thing I'm not a fan of, especially there. It just doesn't going to work. But Lesnar is signed on for how long?
I think it was 8 pay-per-view dates.
Coming pretty close now.
Well, he's done 1.
Yeah, he's coming pretty close. Watch, they'll eat him right up now.
Oh, wait a minute. No, did he do Crown Jewel in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah.
I don't even remember.
Yeah.
So he's done 2. But you know him. He's always going to resign. He's got Paul Heyman whispering in his ear.
He's a great guy.
He's going to come up with the best deal possible at the best time possible.
I
And good for him, because he actually is someone that draws and it generates a little bit of interest. You know when Brock Lesnar's coming to town, something of interest is going to happen, because very rarely do they waste his appearances on fluff.
Nope.
Not to be confused with Fluffy Guerrero.
He's a great guy, Brock Lesnar.
Who the Berzerker was flirting with.
Really?
Yes. Talk about something that was illegal for the ears and the eyes, but it happened nonetheless. But anyway, wrestling fans, something that isn't illegal for the ears or the eyes. We're going to take a brief time out. Be back to wrap up the show. Stand by.
Wrestling fans looking for the perfect holiday gift? Discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling's Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts are on sale now. Join WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more 1980s legends to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Meet the wrestling icons up close and personal in an autograph and photo fan fest. Then get ready as the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow take part in a night of white-hot in-ring action. Discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for a limited time at bostonwrestling.com. Join us for a professional wrestling reunion decades in the making, April the 16th.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over bostonwrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay.
The Undisputed Era kicked ass and took no prisoners in WWE NXT. Now you can own this limited edition collector's autographed art print personally signed by Adam Cole, Roderick Strong, Kyle O'Reilly, and Bobby Fish. Also signed by the original artist, Rob Schamberger, one of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible for your collection now. Wrestling fans, get ready for a weekend of the unpredictable as the Berzerker, John Nord, returns to MWF Studios in Melrose the weekend of Saturday, January the 22nd. Wrestling Insider Throwback Thursday tapings, live episodes, watch-alongs, cyber autograph signings, and more. Boston Wrestling Patreon fans can meet the Berzerker for free. For more information and mail order info, head on over to thebostonwrestling.com super site now. Don't miss the Berzerker, January 22nd.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insider. So much to talk about, so little time. Day one overall, I gave it a 5 out of 10, Johnny. I don't know if you had a chance to sit there from A to Z and see the whole show to give it a ranking. No?
No, I got bits and pieces. I'll be honest, bits and pieces. But I'll tell you what, I think this is where I agree with you. I wouldn't go any bigger than a 5.
I enjoyed both tag team title matches very much, as I noted. I don't know what it is, but whatever chemistry the New Day and the Usos have, it's always tag team magic. What a great way to open that show. It really got Hotlanta popping, hot. They were ready for it, and they got it.
Because both those young men, the teams, they love what they do, and they understand ring psychology. You read your crowd. Berzerker, everybody tell you the same thing. And this is what makes for a good match. You know, you can change your call in the ring. You read the crowd. You know, don't go, I remember doing an indie show, and when the tag team is out there, it was supposed to be like 14 minutes, 22 minutes. What the hell? Oh, we were over, the crowd was into us. No, they weren't, they're getting bored. Know when to end it. And these kids just, when I see Usos and New Day, it's magic. It really is magic.
It's too bad they didn't have more great tag teams like that right now. But even Randy Orton and Riddle, I mean, I thought they had a heck of a match. I think everybody's waiting for that moment when Randy Orton hits the RKO on Riddle to lead into WrestleMania.
It's coming.
I think it takes I think even a blind man can see that. But I'll give WWE credit. At least they didn't rush it like they do a lot of their turns. At least they've let them build and build and build. And so when that turn does come, I think it'll have more value, one man's opinion.
Might be the reverse. Maybe Riddle will turn on him.
No, he's so goofy and stupid. I mean, they've made him out to be a moron.
Well, sometimes the moron becomes the genius.
No, I don't anticipate that happening. But maybe he knows the special skill that the genius Lanny Poffo knows.
And I don't laugh on camera
and it's
very
not
often.
a riddle.
I don't laugh on camera very often, but
I
tell
got you on that one.
Oh, you did. Thank you.
All right, Johnny, what about some great successes? We've been talking about a lot of things happening here in the world of Boston wrestling. Saturday night, April the 16th, Memorial Hall, Melrose, Massachusetts. Forget about Dudleyville. Boston wrestling's going back to Pigottville. When we go back to the 80s, Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, the Berzerker. So many more to be added. VIP packages and tickets on sale now at bostonwrestling.com. A man that has competed for us at Memorial Hall before. What a week he has had, Johnny, at the big New Year's Evil presentation of WWE NXT this week. Carmelo Hayes, the former Christian Casanova, defeated Roderick Strong to become the unified North American / Cruiserweight champion. I guess they're finally doing away with the Cruiserweight championship, and it's just going to be the North American championship. But as I told Christian many times, once he got that body in the condition that it is in right now, the sky was going to be the limit for him. And since he's debuted on the NXT brand, I believe back in September, he's one of the faces of that promotion.
Yeah, he's a young man I worked with several times on the indie circuit, and I'll tell you what, the potential that young man had and has, sky's the limit. Sky is the limit.
Could you see him at his height really moving up the ranks on one of the WWE main brands?
Anything's possible.
I think it'll be a challenge. And you know I'm a supporter, but I think it's going to be a challenge for him.
Well, if it's not there, it'll be somewhere else.
Well, and then there's that too. But I mean, again, kudos to him.
Yes.
He has found nothing but success. I'm glad that he's found it. He said his life story is his to tell, but from what I know of it, I'm happy for his success. His little buddy Cito, I'm sure, is very proud of everything that he has done. And again, I hope he continues to do better and better and better and put more and more of that moolah in the bank. And I'm not talking about Lillian Ellison.
I just know why Bobby Ocean has been brought in there. I think Ocean's got the look. He's got the talent. There's got to be a reason.
Well, again, they're looking at more. Look at who they just brought in with their most recent signees. Every one of them came from a college sports background for the most part.
Right. No, you're right.
They want big guys. They don't want any more of these 5'8"
size,
5'9" indie guys. They want as the
giants.
The man that people don't think fondly of in the internet wrestling community, Tony Khan has said they want superstars. They don't want the independent guys. They feel perhaps maybe that's a reason why the business has declined so much over the past few years, is that the guys that look like superstars are gone. But then again, you could say, well, you had The Fiend, you had Braun Strowman, you had a lot of guys that fit the bill of the big monsters, or the bigger guys that you could put in WrestleMania main events, and they're no longer with you by choice. Your choice.
I agree with that, but you know what? The storylines they're writing fit the big guys now, not the small guys. Well, so it's unfortunate. The world is changing. Who knows? We could end up with a fourth promotion.
I sure hope not.
MWF, we're going
on. Oh, all right. Well, we'll take that one. But I mean, as far as these national promotions go, there's only so much talent.
No, there's only so much
AEW
furniture.
is signing, I think, too many people.
Yeah.
WWE, anytime they find a diamond in the rough that they think can add to one of the brands down the road, they're signing them up. Again, maybe not so much on what's out there in the independents right now, but Impact Wrestling is still signing people to full-time contracts. We're going to talk about Ring of Honor in a future episode, but even Major League Wrestling, NWA, there's places to work. Places to work, which isn't a bad thing.
Well, hang on. Everything, comes with a price, and just because you signed and inked a deal doesn't mean you're there for life, doesn't mean you're going to be there for 9 months or 10 months. So, the sad part about it is that most of these guys and ladies that get involved think that there's no end.
No, there's always an end.
And some people leave on their own. Others are asked to leave. Others make it to the big time and can't take it, or they just can't prove themselves in front of the crowd, so you're gone. So, make the most of what you have.
And before we go, Johnny, man that made his Boston Wrestling MWF debut at our 20th anniversary, which we're going to be seeing shortly here in 2022, went at it with former MWF television champion, former Ring of Honor and Impact Wrestling world champion, diehard Eddie Edwards, and was victorious. Cole Carter has signed with WWE. So it looks like his stint here in Boston Wrestling was shorter than anticipated, but big win for him at Memorial Hall in Melrose. And now he's going to the big time, baby. He's headed to the PC down in Orlando, Florida. And I say congratulations to him for his hard work growing up on a very rural farm in a rural part of West Virginia to the point where it was difficult to even get cell phone reception a lot of the time. And now look at the sky's the limit for the young man.
Well, let's take a look at Brock Lesnar, growing up a farm in Minnesota, working his ass off. He's still a draw. He's still a hell of a guy, a great human being. This young man, I think when he gets down there, he'll understand more about the wrestling business.
You think there's more to learn?
I learn
well, there always
every
is, but
single
we know that.
day I learn.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that, you know, it's one thing to believe in yourself. It's another thing to believe in your shit. And so what you've got to do is be able to separate the two. We'll see what happens. It'll be interesting.
Do you think it's wise for WWE to sign someone like Cole, who hasn't had a very long run in the king of sports professional wrestling, but he's got a great look, he's got a great size, he's got likable personality. Do you think it's wise to take them away from the independents before they get that experience to try and teach them the WWE way if they feel like they can be part of the WWE universe for a long time to come?
Well, here's what I think. I think that they're smart to do that because, like a potter, you have new clay. You can mold it to what you want, your ideas, your perspectives, what you expect in this business. And the good thing about the new clay is, once you try to mold it, if it doesn't work out, you throw the clay away and get a new piece.
Not much lost.
You
Small investment.
Yep. And you throw it away and you get a new piece. So, you know, God bless everyone that signs. I think it's wonderful they have that opportunity. I was elated to have the opportunity.
Well, you main evented Raw. We don't know if he's going to get to that point.
Well, thank you. But I just think that the anticipation of going there, the anticipation, he's in for a change in lifestyle.
That's for sure.
A big change in lifestyle. He's going to be put to the ultimate test. So whether you pass or not is another story. You've got to go down there, be silent and listen, work hard, and produce. That will mean success. We had some people that signed, went down, and they lost because of that. They're back there now. They learned their lesson. So, you know what? Good luck. I had a chance to chat with him in the back. You know, he was a decent young man. He had some things to say that made sense. But I think one of the things that you've got to be careful about when you get into this business is, you know, kid, you ain't there yet.
Well, another one I have to say I'm proud of, Johnny. He made his debut refereeing on 205 Live. Probably would have been a week ago by the time this episode airs. He competed against, of all people, the Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas, Vicente Rey Wasco of Los Angeles, California. He and his breasts signed on with WWE, not as a professional wrestler, but as a referee. They brought him down to Orlando, fine-tuned his skills with the stripes, with the zebra. And now he's down there making a full-time living, living the dream on 205 Live, and I'm sure you'll see more of him on NXT and, you know, knock on wood, on Raw or SmackDown as time progresses. A good human being, even if he came away on the short end of the stick when he competed against Mr. USA.
All I can say is this. Referee's job is very, very important. That person can make or break the match. So congratulations. I think it's an important part of the business and well earned on his part.
Do you think there'll be a little jiggling when he goes down for the 3 count? Oh, I had to get that one in there. All right, wrestling fans, we had a lot of fun here on Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Friday. Of course, if you're watching during the premiere after SmackDown and Raw, leave your thoughts in the little premiere chat, otherwise in the comment section below. The Super Chat button is always on to help us keep the lights on, and as you can tell, to kick off 2022, the lights have had a mind of their own, almost like the the booking in certain wrestling organizations. But for John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marotti. We got a big month headed your way, folks. As we noted, the Berzerker John Nord returns the weekend of Saturday, January the 22nd. Then Royal Rumble weekend, batten down the hatches, making his in-studio debut, Dirty Dutch Mantel, a.k.a. Zeb Coulter. We're going to be having a lot of fun. Wrestling Insider tapings, live episodes, watch-alongs, cyber autograph signings, and so much more. For John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marotti. We'll see you next week on Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Fridays. Good night.
Wrestling fans, on Royal Rumble Saturday, January the 29th, things are getting a little dirty. That's right. Joining us live in studio for the very first time will be our longtime friend, the legendary Zeb Coulter, a.k.a. Dirty Dutch Mantel. Dutch will be with us all weekend for Wrestling Insider tapings, Patreon watch-alongs, live episodes, and cyber autograph signings. Plus, Dutch will be watching the Royal Rumble with us. For more information and autograph photos, head on over to BostonWrestling.com.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston Wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
As the Demon, he became the first WWE Universal Champion at SummerSlam 2016. Here's your chance to own this limited edition collector's autographed art print, personally signed by Finn Balor, one of only 50 made, direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible for your wrestling collection now. Wrestling fans, get ready for a weekend of the unpredictable as the Berzerker John Nord returns to MWF Studios in Melrose the weekend of Saturday, January the 22nd. Wrestling Insider Throwback Thursday tapings, live episodes, watch-alongs, cyber autograph signings, and more. Boston Wrestling Patreon fans can meet the Berzerker for free. For more information and mail order info, head on over to the BostonWrestling.com super site now. Don't miss the Berzerker January 22nd. No matter how crazy things get here in Boston Wrestling, you can always count on John Cena Sr. being that calming presence. Don't forget that Cena Sr. is back for brand new episodes every Friday night at 11 p.m. after SmackDown and AEW Rampage. Always interesting insight, again, from a man that headlined Monday Night Raw and also promoted events for the WWF back in the 70s. Folks, it is that time of week again. We got to get the quick plugs in. We remind you, discount VIP packages and tickets for our Soul Survivor Back to the 80s event Saturday, April the 16th. They're on sale now at bostonwrestling.com. We should be having a 5th guest announcement on Royal Rumble Saturday. If you're looking again for great gifts to give to the wrestling fan on your list, whether it be a late holiday gift, a birthday gift, a gift for yourself, head on over to the Boston Wrestling eBay store. The link is in the description box below, or you can just simply click the store button on bostonwrestling.com. As noted, we're trying to get Marty Jannetty back in studio ASAP for Season 2 of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty. You can help directly by heading on over to the latest Indiegogo campaign we have. We raised about 20% in round 1. Our prize-filled Indiegogo campaign is rocking and rolling right now. We need to get 100% of the funds to get Marty back in studio. Also, as noted, we'll be back Sunday Night Live tomorrow night, 6 p.m., WCW Slamboree 1998 watch-along. Those are always fun, with Charlie Wilson and Phil DeCesare. Another busy week, as even though I'm still working away, I've been out of the studio for 9 days since Black Friday, on the road again next week. So much production work to be done. I want to say one more time, even with the holidays over, I'm not a big quote-unquote gift guy. It makes me very happy to be able to see the little Marottis open their Santa gifts, but I gotta say, I was given a pair of custom-made shoes to try and get me out of my Nike slides that a lot of you guys comment about during the premiere. I've been in those slides since 2008 because I suffer from a condition called CRPS. But along with these shoes and what looks like just a thin little tiny fabric winter coat from REI that is unbelievably warm. I'm almost a newly made man when it comes to trying to roam around outside. Again, many thanks go out to New York City for that. It's unfortunately that time again, though, folks. As much as I hate to go, I'm mentally and physically exhausted from all of the production work. I was here on Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, because I love you. We're trying to give you as much content as possible, but we need your help, whether it be Indiegogos, whether it be merchandise, whether it be Patreon, whether it be Super Chats. No matter how you do it, find a way to help. Don't just be a friend. Be a family member. We need you. We love you. We love you. We love you. Hope you had fun tonight reliving the memories with the legends. We'll be back again with more great content next Saturday. Again, as I noted, take a moment. Something I should say to myself over and over again, but take a minute, relax, breathe. You know, enjoy the people around you. I said the exact same thing last week, but I mean it. Don't wait for New Year's Day to start a resolution, even if you've already failed from what you had planned on January 1st. Start again. Every day that you wake up is the first day of the rest of your life. So don't waste a day that we're given. Until we speak again, folks, I'll be back next week for another Wrestling Insiders Week in Review. Until then, you and yours, be healthy, be safe. Happy 2022 from Boston. Thank you for joining us. Please give the video a big thumbs up, leave us a comment, and subscribe to the channel to enjoy more great content. Don't forget, you can help keep wrestling legends working. Check out our eBay store and join the Boston Wrestling family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling so we can produce more in-depth shoot interviews.